У тебя форма есть? Тебе для запекания? Тебе для приседания. Попробуй. Вот так вот. Итак, пробное занятие понравилось, но на абонемент копите накопительный ВТБ-счет. Регулярно пополняй и накопишь на 16% быстрее. А почему еще не в форме? Крутим долг. А копим быстро.
Откройте накопительный ВТБ-счет со ставкой 16%. ВТБ. Вместе все получится.
Kitchen, безграничен. Level Kitchen, безграничен. Level Kitchen, вкус отличен. На уровень новый он, мы поднимаем питание. У нас все готово, продумано все заранее. На новый уровень, на новый level. Level Kitchen, доставим, где бы ты не был.
Закажите доставку прямо на трибуну в приложении Яндекс.Еда.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? К любимой команде? Или в спортзал? К клавиатуре? На ринг? Или на стадион? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
Если радио, то максимум.
Вы все время в движении? Читайте Автомейл.ру. Это портал про автомобили и для автомобилистов. Здесь все самые важные новости о машинах, премьеры и тест-драйвы, штрафы и полезные статьи с советами, путешествия и истории. Будь в движении. Заходи на Автомейл.ру и читай про главные автомобильные события.
Мы любим спорт за моменты драйва. Моменты впечатляющего мастерства. Моменты запредельных эмоций. За моменты, которые становятся историей. Мы соединили моменты спорта и истории, которыми они становятся. И все для того, чтобы делать спорт лучше.
Happy New Drift, dear friends. Hello and welcome to ADM Raceway. This is the Ramensky district in the Moscow Oblast, and this is the fourth equatorial event of RDS GP 2024. We continue our 15th season, and judging by how our participants feel here They are very content with the track. Even the rookies started running right away, very, very confidently with very high quality and no obvious problems we could see during the practice sessions. Well, it can be different for everyone, of course, but the judges' task this time is very, very interesting. And there are some novelties that we introduced, and some of them were pretty shocking, but then they made our drivers really happy. But for some of them, it was probably too early to be that happy. 745 meters of the scored section of the track. There are high-speed curves, and due to this reason, the tires are subject to very heavy loads, and therefore the drivers have to use different tricks, including swapping the tires in between two runs of the same heat. But this time they're intending to do without it. 785 meters. The initiation and the rest of the track is broken into 5 sectors. Please notice that once again we have only touch and goes. Almost all of them cost 2 points, except for the inner touch and go number 6, which is a crucial element that determines the line in between the two high-speed curves, the curve number 2 and number 3. And 3 points is the cost of touch and go 9, because it determines your line through the double. Which is about the self-sacrifice, the aggression is the thing. This is what we expect to see. For the first time in our history, we've got minimum initiation speed. 145 kilometers per hour is the minimum threshold. And this is a virtual qualifying run, 100-point line, which was provided by our partners, Meta Racing, and you can see that this S14 is running through the track with huge angles, of course collecting all the touch and goes. And here it's very important to change your angle for the smaller one, even though our sim driver prefers to keep it still deeper than the judges told us yesterday. But this is not because they didn't try hard enough, but this is because there are some certain clarifications that were provided before the briefing, because through the entire day, the judges, the spotters and the drivers have been analyzing the track, which brought us to some interesting conclusions, concluding the speed and the commitment. Fresh Racing are the leaders in the team standings, and of course it is very important to notice Damir Idrulin's contribution. He had 2 victories out of 3 events, which is a very, very important contribution, especially in the new scoring system, because the highs are very high, the lows are very low. Once you're in top 32, if you're out, you don't get any points at all. Artem Shabanov from Time Up is still at the head of the personal standings. Damir Idrulin is very near, but he's second. Yevgeny Losov is the third, and there are 2 drivers in the top 3 are the 2 components that determine the leadership of Fresh Racing. Arkady Tsarigradtsov, the winner of the first event, still keeps quite good chance for the podium. Just like Gori Gusf, he has been running very well. He's got almost 300 points. He is doing very well. The best of the Lukoil team and the best from Takayama Forward Auto unexpectedly, is Timofey Dobrovolsky, the youngest in the team. I don't mean that we didn't expect anything good from him. Of course we did, but we are most used to seeing Georgy Chevchan in his place, because no matter what the name of the team is, usually Georgy Chevchan is the locomotive. But now the least experienced in GP driver is the leader of the team. Now see where Ilya Polishuk is. He's 9th. He had one event in St. Petersburg and he came to the podium, and now he's there. Anton Climco showed his best result in his career at the Gora Drive, and immediately he took off to the 10th position of the rating. And then just look at these names: Roman Tivadar, Grigory Burlutsky, very decorated drivers. Andreas Stof suddenly is very low, but this event he re-equipped his car, suspension and the engine, and Andrei will of course do his best to improve his current position. It is also not very common for us to see other famous names very low in the rating. There are lots of drivers who didn't pass top 32. And this season, if you lose in top 32, you don't get any score for tandem runs. And we are ready to begin the qualifying run. Nissan Skyline R34. This is the car of Ilia Fedorov from Khabarovsk. He has had incredible number of different titles. He's 4-time winner of RDS East, the winner of RDS GP events. He's been to top 5 in one of our seasons, and he was considered to be the main specialist in Atran International Circuit in Ryazan. There he managed to get more than one victory, and now, due to the wild card, he is driving the car provided by Alexander Podvishinsky, and Ilya Fedorov is back to the orbit. And he brings the Skyline RB and his own name to our lists. The driver from Khabarovsk is already in the first sector, collecting the 4 touch and goes. Now he does a transition. I didn't see any angle corrections. Then another transition on the way to touch and go 6. He also collects this valuable item of the judge's task. I think one wheel was outside the white line, the double transition, and the full throttle area, the area where you're supposed to press the accelerator to the max. And once again, Ilya is always very accurate in the line, except for that one unfortunate wheel. There are so many things to say in this short period of time, but you can imagine how many actions the drivers can do within these like 30 seconds or so. Anton Novikov yesterday made a special emphasis on the angle. He said that you don't need to do these angle fluctuations because they're very confusing for the chaser. Then it looks like he overdid it a little bit with the speed in this curve, and now with a lower angle. According to the judge's task, he is continuing, and in touch and go 9, the angle is supposed to be big and then gradually decreasing. Now let's speak about the speeds. 150 kilometers per hour is what you need to get at the initiation to avoid penalization, and his speed was 149.8. But, well, 145 is the critical minimum, because under 145 is a 0, and we will tell you about our handicap rule, because we've got one car that has an exception. This rule is included in various regulations, and the judges can use it to maintain equality between the participants. Now let's speak about the speed reduction. I can see that here the speed falls from 150 to 125. How legitimate is it? We will see when we see the style scores, because the judges said that 20 kilometers per hour drop is normal. This is what you need to let your car turn from moving forward to moving sideways. But 20 and 30 kilometers per hour are quite different values, and how tangible this difference is concerning the score we will now see all together. This is his entrance to the 3rd sector, as far as I can understand, and this is what Stanislav Dolgich probably wanted to see. He wanted a replay. He wanted to see how well the entrance was done and to see where the rear wheel was. But once again, having one wheel outside is pretty obvious here. Also, it looks like the judges are also checking the inner touch and go 6. Oh, it is very, very near miss. Absolutely. But now, you know, the line judging is more strict. No one's going to look for those millimeters. If the judges are not sure, then this is a no. The wheel must be very clearly inside the square. This is the line. Everything is very good except for that one wheel out. As you can see, -2 points. And the most important, the most interesting thing, commitment. Sector 1, no penalty. So that speed reduction was considered normal by Vladimir Safonov. But nevertheless, as far as the speed is concerned in touch and go 6, here the speed reduction was recorded, and it was really there. It had to be not lower than 95, and Ilia Fedorov's speed was a little lower. All right, 86 points for Ilia for his first run. You can see how many little details we've got to discuss even now, but I hope that you are as excited to analyze all that as we are. This is Alexander Telik, the driver for whom this handicap was introduced. If for everyone 150 kilometers speed is required for him, it is 130, because you see his car is simply unable to accelerate over than 137. This is what has been tested yesterday during the practice sessions. Gas 24 with LS3 engine with some problems is running into sector number 1. You can see how long it takes this car to turn around. In the meanwhile, Alexander Telik is running through the second sector, makes a transition through the inner touch and go 6, and then runs towards the most complicated element of the task, the longest of the curves. It is 100 meters long, and you've got to slide sideways along the outside edge of the track. Touch and go 9 is taken, touch and go 10 is missed. This is only 1 point, but still it can be very important. But most importantly, no critical mistakes at the initiation, which means that Alexander is already in top 32. 452 horsepower is the capacity of this engine. Only that much, which is approximately twice less than his opponents have got. 341 HP per ton. We haven't seen such numbers for a while, but if we see the other indicators, the other values, we've got like 613, 575, that's Yevgeny Speddin on his Supra. And as far as this handicap is concerned, this car is physically unable to run at 150 kilometers per hour. Even 145 is too much for this vehicle in this distance, which is pretty short. Yesterday at the briefing, some of the participants suggested that the run-in is increased for Alexander, but what would the chaser do with this speed, and how can he then get into the first curve? Because it is obvious that due to the low capacity, the grip of this car is much weaker, and therefore it implies more difficulties. It is harder for him to remain within the track, because the grip is the thing that is required to remain within the track at the same time running fast enough. And the speed of Alexander in touch and go 6 was approximately, I will tell you as soon as I've got the Drift Dynamics data, because still the speed has to be pretty high throughout the track. But let me check. 85, 83, and in touch and go 6 the threshold is 85. So on the way from touch and go 5 to touch and go 6, you're allowed to drop the speed to 90, but then you've got to do another jump of the transition, and then you've got to increase it to 95. And this is a harvest to collect. Minus 5.5 for commitment in the first sector for Alexander Telik. And this is almost everything that you can get for the commitment, because it's 6. 6 is maximum. And I wouldn't envy the clutch of the car that would run after Alexander Telik in top 32, because this is gonna hurt. Okay, so this is a total of 68.5. And what can we say? What can we remark? The dreams come true. Alexander Telik has been dreaming of RDS-GP since the beginning of his career. And here he is. And now he is successfully getting some score in the qualifying round. So congratulations. And now finally, this is the moment when we see you. Boris Abramov, the driver who has got an upgraded engine this time. We are already confused with the volume. I think it's 7.2 liters, 832 HP, special oxygen-enriched fuel. You can see his hood vibrate and some problems at the initiation, which is a serious deduction for the angle and for the line as well. Not very good in the second sector, and the sun comes out, and unfortunately this is a 0. It looks like a 0, but let's still follow Boris Abramov to the double transition. Still, he gets TG8, even though the line was absolutely wrong. And here he remained within the concrete, but still he was outside the lines. Probably the wrong pressure. But it is really curious, because if the pressure was wrong, I think he would go much wider in the rest of the track. He would be simply thrown all over the place. But let's remember touch and go 5. I think he only got to the last third of touch and go 5, which means that the grip is still fine. And by the way, if we recall the yesterday practice session, very often Boris Abramov was outside in this third curve, and we also remarked how beautifully he ran around the cones. We even showed it on RDS News, but this is not a bonus for his score. We can't wait to see him for the second run. We hope he makes it to top 32 finally. And this is Yevgeny Speddin, the guy who just resurrected from the dead, because his mechanics had to spend all the practice days to restore the car after what happened when the drive shaft was broken. But thankfully his mechanics managed to do it. You can see that Yevgeny Speddin is running very well through the first curve. There's some reserve left in the second, but he leaves the touch and go a little early, and he goes very strictly through touch and go 6. Some little correction at the entrance into the third curve, but he remains within the limits of the track. This is Supra number 54 in the last sector. So I think that Yevgeny has already justified all the efforts of his mechanics, and he was pretty productive but not very successful. On Thursday morning, at the very beginning of the practice session, the drive shaft, as it was rotating, broke the entire transmission box and tore off a part of a unit and destroyed everything that was inside the car except for the driver. And all the car turned into minced meat. So the driver had to look for the spare parts. Then the pump was jammed. Then some other problems came out. So Yevgeny Speddin couldn't practice at all. He only had a little warm-up in the morning, and he showed 148 kilometers per hour, which I think is a small victory for this driver from Novosibirsk representing VS Team Car X. At last, something begins working out for him. I think that the engine that he purchased here, without even leaving the service park, this new engine helps him a lot. For this beautiful new world, you can buy everything here at RDS GP. All right, so no commitment penalty is impossible here. He will get some commitment penalty for the speed, but still agree with me that this is a small thing, because the combination of this driver with this car is quite competitive, and that he can show some results in his drifting runs, even though there are things to penalize him for. But well, whatever. It is still so inspiring to see the mechanics committing those feats, and even when the score is not high enough, it feels like a victory. And the qualifying at ADM Raceway is quite an interesting thing. I mean that only one driver in the history of this track managed to get 2 victories within the same season. It was Andrei Bogdanov in 2013. And the only driver who won both the qualifying and the stage is Yevgeny Losev. How do I know this? I'm subscribed to the social media of RDS JP. Yeah, so you subscribe too, and you will also know it all. And there was Yakovlev Yak 18-3 in the skies. Yeah, you can see lots of such airplanes, and even Yuri Gagarin trained on board of such an aircraft. And due to this airdrome, which is next to the airdrome, you can also see all these planes. I hope you're not cold, because after the yesterday's hot weather, many people complained. But yeah, I can see this is very important. This is great merch. These are the fans of the driver. Kuznetsov, Sergey Kuznetsov is driving Flanker F, and Flanker is also the name of an airplane. So this is all aviation. Okay, minus 2.5 for commitment, minus 3 for the correction in the angle. Quite clear. the wheels penalty, -4, because he had 2 wheels outside, and Stanislav Dolgih deducts 4 points. This narrow exit that I thought I saw, I didn't really see. I was mistaken because Yevgeny Speddin did get the touch and go 5/3. This is 84.5 points for the first run, which is, by the way, quite a good result with all the things that we discovered. And now we can hardly recognize this car. It will take us a while to get used to this. This is Vladislav Yif on board his Nissan 370Z. I almost said that he represents a team with a long name, but no. And this is due to the livery and this color, which reminds me of the team which is called blah 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 by Одержимый Motorsport. Vladislav Yif, the rookie of RDS GP, and this is quite a rare situation when a driver is driving a rented vehicle, which we found out not so long ago. This is an exact copy of what Ilia Papov was driving, and Vladislav Yif during the practice sessions showed that he could make quite good friends with this car, and we can see as he's running to touch and go 6 to this big and long curve, balancing on the outside edge of the track. Let's see the score, and the last sector is left behind, and the Z is lost. It is lost, and I feel very anxious because I just opened the text version of the dynamics, and there is a max speed indicator now, and in this text it says that it is 144 kilometers per hour. And I remind you that according to the judges' task, everything which is slower than 145 is an automatic 0. Yesterday it was announced by the judges at the briefing. And at first, all the drivers were shocked. You could hear the Beethoven's da-da-da-dum, the C minor symphony. And then they agreed. They said, aha, all right, so we're gonna compete in the speed. And everyone was like, yay! But probably some of the people shouldn't be very happy. I don't remember whether Vladislav was happy or not, but the first banhammer fell on his head. It means that in the next run, he's got to press the accelerator harder. And he's got over 1,000 HP, so he can do that. And by the way, as far as our practice is concerned, there were some drivers who couldn't meet the speed requirements, including Schneider, Sergey Sak, Andreas Stof, Vladislav Yif, but during the practice he had 147. Alexei Telik, but here we understand everything. And suddenly Anton Climco had a speed of only 133 kilometers per hour, which is absolutely out of question. But that was a practice, and he had only a couple of runs, so that's okay. Anton Mitenka from Irkutsk became a father last Friday. Congratulations on his newborn daughter. So now he can celebrate it with a good qualifying run, and we will celebrate it together with him. Anton Dmitrienko has forward racing as 15, handbrakes, time to let it go, and now he's already in the first sector, quite narrowly, but still he is taking the clips. Now he increases the angle at the exit from touch and go 5, then he collects touch and go 6, and this is a very narrow entrance into the 4th sector. He widens out the line before the transition, collecting touch and go 8, and he's already in the last sector. And this is everything that I managed to say, but since I did, it means that the speed wasn't very high. But well, the judges asked for the speed over 145, and it was 149. But what was next still evokes lots of questions. This super long handbrake pull, plus this very insecure angle, it means that it wouldn't be a very productive run. It wouldn't be very good. Plus, there is the angle issue, because in the first sector, the angle has to be medium. And there, the initiation, it's hardly 38 degrees, according to the drift dynamic system. So there are things to talk about, and there are things to think about for both the driver and the judges. And also, in touch and go 9 and 10, the angle was also kind of reversed, because it had supposed to be big and then reduce. But Anton Mitenka made it medium, and then he tried to increase it, trying to reach touch and go 10, which also contradicts the task of the judges. This is almost the contrary. By the way, in the first sector, he managed to keep the angle medium, but it was already when it was time to do the transition. Then, according to the task, the angle can be big at the entrance to touch and go 5/1, and then you're supposed to decrease it to the medium. But he did it in reverse. At first, the angle was more of a medium, around 46 degrees. Then it rose to 65, even though it was supposed to be vice versa. And then the speed dropped under the allowed threshold. It was 80-something, while it had to be 95 at least. Otherwise, it would be a hard penalization. So there was a question hanging in the air. Can you use the handbrake in touch and go 6 or not? This is the anchor that you could use. The anchor is a handbrake when you use it to slow down, and a short handbrake pull is what you do not to slow it down. And the judges decided not to confuse anyone. Just keep the speed at least 95 kilometers per hour, and then you can do whatever. If your speed doesn't fall below 95 kilometers per hour, you can do whatever. Just keep the speed up, because we also have some different conditions for the leader. If before, only a critical mistake of the leader could cause a contact, now a rough mistake of a leader could also zero the score down in case of a contact, which changes the entire game. Not 100%, but it may, because it all depends on the line, it depends on the angle of the chaser. So if the chaser was really running after with a smaller angle and a narrower line, then of course the judges will all consider it all together. But, well, a rough mistake is not a zero. This is up to a half of the score for one given score, not even the entire run. So this yes, it means that the requirements for the leader became stricter. Let's say we've got 8 points for the sector. This means only 4. And this is the score of Anton Mitenka. It is 80.5, which is the third rank, because 2 of the drivers have zeros and only 4 drivers have shown some result. Alexei, who also didn't do it all smoothly during the practice, he had to take some additional adjustment setup service, because the car couldn't react adequately to the actions of the driver. But I hope that now the car is doing okay and the driver will show everything that he's worth. The lights goes green and Alexei is running up. I think it's 4th gear or something. Everything is squeaking, making lots of funny sounds. He's already in the first sector. And then he is collecting one touch and go after another. The third curve along the border of the track, transition 1, transition 2, the deceleration zone. You've got to press it towards the finish. And by the way, in the last sectors, the line looked quite well. I think he pressed the accelerator a little late, but I don't think that it's critical. And by the way, speaking about the running and the 1000 HP of Vlad Yerofeev, it is not always helpful, because the running is good is when the car is running. When the wheels are slipping, the car cannot accelerate productively. And, well, I think that Alexei had everything it takes to get the speed up to 150. But, well, you need to probably recall all those old school acceleration techniques. I think that Yevgeny Loshev can recall his winter techniques. And we also have Anton Sherbak, who is a candidate of sports in winter racing. It's even more complicated, because you've got to feel that moment when the wheels begin to slip, but the clutch is still working. Well, the grip is still working. So, yeah, there are things to learn, and I think it's really great, especially if we have some other new configurations, and if there is no enough space for a proper run-in, like in the reverse Rigora drive. There are lots of interesting things in to learn, lots of interesting points to do. We continue our hat parade. You are looking great, and the Fresh Racing is also taking active part in that. Yevgeny Losov now have those little checkers, the taxi checkers. Damir Idrulin had the blue lights in the practice session, and now I think they need to come up with something to give Denise. If you have any ideas, you can share your creative ideas with us, with the teams, and we can come up with, we've got some replays for Stanislav Dolgich. Oh, yes, by the way, this is a very good thing to show. The magazine. Yeah, the magazine. The magazine is still available in RDS shop. You've got to buy it and collect all the autographs. I hope you enjoy the magazine while the judges are thinking, what else can you do? Yeah, you can read the magazine. And by the way, today we're going to play bingo, I think. Bingo, what you should do at the event. We will probably lose, ask the commentators. And this is 30 for the line. Wow, yes, the first 30 for today. I hope it's not the last. And 85.5 in total for the first run of Alexei Vakhtin. Unfortunately, we've got to speak a lot about various inaccuracies, and sometimes we don't mention that the run was very good, and the score demonstrates it and reminds us of that. And now we've got a beautiful ducktail on Nissan 370Z. Ilia Papov, the team has checked whether it worked, and it did work, and now such ducktails are installed on all the cars of the team. Ilia Papov had a problem with the cooling system of his car, so he couldn't practice yesterday. He only drove his brother's car a little bit, but in the morning the car was ready, and I hope it is really so. This is a good initiation with no corrections, no angle reduction. This is a very good second sector. This is an eye candy. Now he makes transition into the inner touch and go, and he's in that large and big curve. We'll see it in more detail in the replay. Now there's some little reserve. He takes touch and go 8, and proactively before touch and go 9, he opens up collecting touch and go number 10. Super. This is a great run. 153 kilometers per hour. Yes, yes. Eat that. And this is what we mean when we speak about productive running. This was a great run. There was some little break, and we can see it from the smoke coming from underneath the wheels. But the main thing is that the run was very dynamic. It was very smooth. Line-wise, there are some little questions, because this touch and go 7 and the last third sector, there are some little questions, but the last curve was really great. Maybe he should drive more his driver's car, maybe watch the other people's practice more, because yesterday he spent a lot of time at the judges' tower watching and absorbing all this new information and learning. And I really love the way his drift dynamics graph is looking. Very smooth speed curves. First it dropped a little, then it jumped up, and then in the inner touch and go it's 93.3, which is more than 90. Well, this is perfect, very scrupulous, a very, very bona fide run. But of course there are some little corrections in the third curve. Let us not forget about that. But let me repeat that if we see a 90 plus, I would not be surprised at all. The only question is about touch and go 7/1, but this is only 2 points for the line. And I want to thank our broadcast team. Very nice. This is the box that helps us analyze every run in such a detail. Every centimeter of the track is right in front of us. We can see it all. We can even see the line a little bit. Of course, maybe we cannot make any conclusions, but if the driver goes into the greens, we can see it very well. This is the -2 penalty, and just look, there are very, very few penalties. Only for commitment it touch and go 6, 1 and 1.5. What for? I think it was before touch and go 6. But 28 and 38.5 makes 94.5. Bravo, Ilia. This was amazing. At last we've got someone in the 90-plus club. But we usually see quite a lot of 90-plus. Our drivers made us used to that in Nizhny Novgorod and the Gora Drive, and still the tendency goes on. For example, Mr. Fedorov, I think, is pretty capable of doing it 90-plus. He had 86 in the first run, and as far as I remember, there was very little deduction for the line. There were more questions about the angle and the style. I know what the penalization was for. At the border between Sector 2 and Sector 3, the speed reduced. On the way to touch and go 6, it was okay, and then it reduced. And this is what was recorded by Vladimir Safonov. Okay, we will all consider that and watch it together with the judges and tell you everything about it. This is RB32, which is a billet block, a whole block engine, which was made with some very expensive equipment. Everything that is not necessary is taken away from a big piece of iron, and we get one single piece of iron in the shape of an engine. The basic volume is 3 liters, but due to the stroke kit, we get 3.2 liters. What is interesting, the RB engines, for example, RB26 and RB30, differ in the height of the block, and this determines certain compatibility issues, but for this vehicle it works really perfectly. And in this Skyline 34, for the first time, the 3rd edition of Wise Fob has been installed, because before this event the guy said, we've got some Wise Fob, and Ilia said, yes, I want it. We will figure it out. We will set it up. Everything will be okay. And Ilia knows how to work with this suspension, because he is very well known for the customized suspension arms that he designs himself. He represented Auto Profit team, and when he did, he learned how to use the Wise Fob suspension. And the previous vehicles, he had an IMO. I think he had a forward suspension. All right, so this is number 13, Ilia Fedorov, Skyline 34, and immediately he makes it a 0. This is what you do when you find yourself in the grass. This is the right maneuver. Ilia could see that the situation was coming out of control, and Ilia didn't force it, and I think that he just saved his car, at least from some serious damage. Every time we see something like that, we have a deja vu. We recall Andreas Stof and his somersaults. I'm sorry, Andrei, for recalling it, but this was one of the most interesting moments in our history. And we also recall 2022, when Leonid Schneider broke the speed record of 180 kilometers per hour, and then he went traveling in the meadows, and he almost got to the wall, which didn't even appear to be possible to reach, but Leonid found himself very far away. Now we are waiting to see the next attempt of Alexander Telik, number 124. He already has some result, and of course he wants more. He wants to show more, and we will see it now. And now he begins his qualifying run. Alexander Telik is doing the run-in, initiation, the first sector. I think that the Volga has such a big rear that you don't really see it. And now he collects touch and go 6, and he is moving towards this big and long 90-meter long curve, which is divided into 4 touch and goes, collecting touch and go 8, does a transition. And the Volga didn't want to turn, it straightens out, and this is unfortunately a 0. If some of the drivers can widen out the line, which we wouldn't like it to happen. But you remember that we also have Boris Abramov, who had a 0 for the first run, and Vladislav Yif, who also had a 0, but these are very different zeros. Even though a 0 is a 0, it looks like they're all the same, but they're different. Okay, so now we see that apart from the prize, the top someone from the qualifying run will get a by run in top 32. And the drivers now say that the most scary thing is to go to top 32. Once you pass it, it feels easier. And Anton Climco felt it completely in the first event. I think that Anton Climco also relaxed when his transmission was replaced in 16 minutes. Yes, we don't want summer to end. Never, ever, ever. And the hats parade once again. Beautiful hats, various original hats. And now this is Boris Abramov, his BMW E92 Ultra Fighter LS-based 832 HP alcohol-fueled. The team is very proud of its achievements, and they were very surprised when they achieved such values. This is an atmospheric engine, by the way. No turbochargers. So let's hold our fingers for Boris Abramov. A 0 in the first run is not a reason to be sad, but there was too much of a handbrake. I hope the speed was still there. Now the transition, the second sector. Please hold on, hold on. A little bit angle correction, and now he is carefully sliding and keeps the car within the edges of the track. Absolutely missing the third curve, and now Boris is being very cautious, and he finally gets to the finish, but it was very, very scary. I think I've never felt so tense in the qualifying run. First of all, 146 kilometers per hour. Dangerous, very dangerous. And finally, several times, Boris Abramov was half a step away from just falling off the track, especially here. Once he touched the ground, I think it would have been the end. Here he holds on to the edges, to the limits. Of course, the commitment and the angle are out of question. But this is what I want to mention. Not because Boris Abramov is not a good driver, he is. But I think this is a psychological issue. I mean, if you are attentive enough and if you watch our events on a regular basis and subscribe to our social media, you can see how well many of the drivers can practice. And everyone is amazing at the practice. Everyone is cool. Yes, there are some little mistakes, some little inaccuracies, but generally stability, dynamics are always there. Absolutely all the drivers are nice and stable. In the qualifying, everything begins to fall apart because the drivers feel that they're judged, and this is psychological pressure, and the psychological pressure makes you tense. There was a significant speed loss. Yes, he didn't zero down at the initiation, but then almost immediately the speed fell to 78. Then he rose the speed again, and then at the border between the second and the third sector, it was 70 kilometers per hour. Oh my God, poor chaser. I'm crying for him, whoever he is. Then there was a lot of struggle. Then in the third curve, the angle fell to 34 degrees, which is a small angle, even though it's supposed to be at least medium. Well, any correction is bad, but in this situation, it's especially bad. There are things for the judges to consider, but as Mr. Voland said, mercy, let mercy live in their hearts. Speaking about the speed loss, yesterday the judges pointed it out that the speed loss is allowed in some places due to the specificity of the configuration and the turns, because you cannot run at the same speed all the time. It's impossible. And the judges also pay attention to the smoothness of this speed reduction. If the speed just drops like a stone that falls from anywhere, then this may be up to a 100% penalty for commitment. But why does it happen? It happens because such an abrupt, unexpected and unpredictable speed loss is a big problem for the chaser. You cannot chase closely someone who almost stops on the way. And since we are close to an airdrome, and this is a minute of useless facts, there is a well-known aircraft which has both the flaps and the anchors, the B-12, and this is really used by the Russian Federation fleet, and it does have the anchor. This is the only aircraft in the fleet which has the anchor and the flaps at the same time. A turboprop. This is what was developed from a Catalina. This is the Catalina, and yes, I can see the results. There is a result. This is 57 points, but this is something. Yay! So this is something. Congratulations to Boris Abramov, and I think that now you can breathe out, come to the psychological balance, and now you can go to top 32. Yevgeny Speddin, who had 84.5 for the first run, is now about to do his second run. I remind you that the drivers are trying not to get penalized. They are not gaining the points. He represents Novosibirsk. He is driving Toyota Supra A80 with a new transmission, new engine, new drive shaft, but not just so, but because there were some technical problems that we told you during the first run. So now we are ready to watch run number 2. Yevgeny Speddin from VS Team Car X. These 200 meters have never seemed so short like they seem for Yevgeny Speddin right now. This is a trip outside the track, and I think that this was 3 wheels, not 4, but then it's straightening, and this is a 0. Yes, someone went outside the borders. So once again, Yevgeny started experimenting, which is good. It's good that he tried, because 157 kilometers per hour at the run-in in this practice deficit, because practice is not just a fun thing. This is what you can do to try different things, to look for the right setup, to become comfortable on this track, and also to make everything stable, the speed, the angle, and everything. So Yevgeny Speddin didn't have the chance to do it all, and it's great that he finally managed to get the score. Now, Vladislav Yif will have to save himself. There's little burnout on the way to the starting line, so now we're going to see lots of those tricks that the drivers do to make their run as efficient as possible. But I've never seen such an effective pressure on the mentality of the drivers. The judges made our drivers very, very nervous this time, and I think that the ability to tolerate the psychological pressure is a thing that helps to distinguish between a good driver and a super good driver. So now Vladislav Yif is running in. He's got to keep the speed up and higher than 145 to make it a non-zero run. A perfect first sector, then in transition, and a very good second sector, by the way. Now it's time to collect the touch and go and to run to the big and long third sector curve. Oh God, this is very good. One transition, second transition, then the deceleration zone. Time to press the accelerator, and this is a very good run. But do we think that Vladislav Yif is a very good driver or just a good driver? Probably it's too early to jump to conclusions, because we will say it after top 32, I guess. But this is really hard. But judging by what we see, I think this is already an achievement. Obviously, this driver is in a very stressful situation, but he handles the psychological pressure, because even 2 kilometers per hour can make a difference. Before that, he had 147, and now it is also nice and smooth. And he's got very good angle, and he complies with the judge's task. I know that Anton Novikov always finds reasons for penalization, but if we are kind, if we're not being mean, I think that this was almost a perfect run. 147 kilometers per hour is not 150 plus, but still, he did what he had to do. And this is the angle graph, the yellow one. All these little fluctuations are not even corrections. These are normal fluctuations. And also, please notice the speed. In some places, it falls below 90, which will also influence the final score, doubtlessly. But generally speaking, it looks very well. But I wouldn't really look only at the diagrams. I would also look at the yellow value, that the number, it's like 2 or 3 degrees up and down, and it's all very smooth, which means that it is all under control. You know, your angle cannot be perfect all the time. It's physically impossible. We do have some really outstanding drivers who manage to draw it like super smoothly, and you look at the diagram and you can't believe your own eyes. But still, it is very, very good. There are things to penalize commitment-wise. I mean, touch and go 6, the unfortunate touch and go where the speed was below 95. But, you know, still, these are all details. The most important task, I think, was completely fulfilled by Vladislav Yif, and he did it in the situation of a very strong stress. First of all, this is a maximum for the line. For the other criteria, there is some little deduction, but it's not critical. Yes, he couldn't grab the leadership from Ilia Papov, but this is 94. Isn't this his best result ever? I think this is very close to that. And now we will find it out. Yes, 91.5 was his best result. It was at the Goro Drive. So this is his own personal record in the qualifying. Congratulations. This is a very important step in your driving career. Anton Mitenka, whose situation is more or less relaxed because he's got 80.5 points for the first run. And I think that now he can breathe out and just try to do whatever he can. Maybe improve it a little bit. This S15, number 4. This is that 200 meters of running that every driver has. The handbrake that is let go at the right moment. And then with a little slip, he leaves the first sector, makes a correction in the second, then a transition, which is not very sharp, then he collects touch and go 6, and then he continues the 90-meter trip along the outside edge of the track in the third sector. This is the double transition, touch and go 8, and finally with a little trip outside, I think he ignores touch and go 10, at least this is the way it looks. And it looks like Anton Mitenka really did relax because his run-in speed was 155, yes, 155. And you will see it very well in the comparison. Little flip and then a much shorter handbrake pull. If in the first run he was pulling the handbrake almost to the first touch and go, in the second run he let it go halfway before the initiation in touch and go 1, pressing the accelerator. Yes, there was some speed loss. Of course, it was pretty significant, especially considering the run-in speed, because usually you lose around 30 kilometers per hour, and here he lost nearly 45. And yes, there are some curve problems, but mostly they're caused by the low speed. He lost too much speed on the way, so the car started pushing itself inward. Well, this is what the laws of physics do to it, and this is nothing to be done. At the transition, for a moment, I had a feeling that Anton Mitenka was trying to hit the inner touch and go. There was this smooth movement, and then he opened up again. And it looks pretty well in this run, at least much better. It looks much better than the previous one. Yes, even though there are some certain details and subtleties, but, well, how can you do without them? And it will take quite a while for the judges to calculate, but, well, the points are already being filled in. Yes, there is some deduction for the commitment, and this is the line. Okay, so now we'll see the numbers. Stanislav also had to do some calculation because there are quite a lot of deductions. -2 for one wheel, touch and go 10 was ignored, and, well, you see all the rest as well. Now let's pay attention to the commitment in the second sector. Even though there was no 95 kilometers per hour in touch and go 6, it was somehow forgiven because the speed was dropping in a smooth and predictable way. This is 82.5 and a small improvement. And I think that the ambience of the second run matters more than the numbers, because he really felt more relaxed and the run-in was braver, and then it was kind of more concentrated. Vakhtin Alexei, representing Leninsk-Kuznetsky, the Kuzbas region, and now he qualifies better than his teammate Yevgeny Speddin. He's got 85.5 points, and now let's watch his run number 2. Supra number 42 is already running in, and this is the initiation. Nice and sharp, without a correction, but the line is wrong. The second sector is already under the wheels of the Supra. And then the transition touch and go 6, the third sector. And here you're supposed to press it really hard, which Alexei does. And with a little angle correction, which is still within the permitted limits, he makes the transition touch and go 8. And then he breaks into the 5th sector. I would probably say that it could be an improvement. There is such a tendency. 154 kilometers per hour at the run-in, and everyone breathed out. But I think that the vector was slightly wrong. This is not about the speed, it's about the line. Maybe too much of the angle out there, and also the positioning of the car. It was in the middle of the track, while you have to go closer to the left edge, even touching the edge with your rear wheels to bring your car in the correct direction. As far as the third curve is concerned, the third sector, there is quite an interesting graph, because Alexei Vakhtin's speed used to be falling at this moment. And now I want you to see that you cannot simply press it. You cannot simply press the accelerator and go, because the curve has a kind of a sophisticated shape and a sophisticated radius. And by the middle of the curve in touch and go 7, you have to let the accelerator go for a second, preparing your car for the next transition touch and go 8, at the same time pushing it forward a little bit, and then it also drops your speed. But this is what everyone is doing. This is a normal situation. Probably the angle in touch and go 8 is too deep, but still it doesn't hold him back. He still finishes in touch and go, and he opens the accelerator at the right moment, which very few of the drivers can do. At the entrance to the third sector, the speed fell because the judge's task doesn't give you a minimum limit, but there are certain requirements to the speed. It has to be stable, the judges say, and we will see that many of the drivers can still maintain their speed quite high with full acceleration, full throttle, and there are drivers who do it very well, and there are, well, let's see, more than one of such drivers, like Andreas Stof did it very well yesterday. From the first curve to the middle of the third, he went pressing the accelerator. And Leonid Schneider was one of the first to perform this trick. I love this hat. I love it. Very good, very stylish. Have no idea what to call it, but it looks very well. And this is a very special season this year. We thank our summers for this weather and for the hat parades. And by the way, on the left-hand side, the track is slightly darker. On the right-hand side, it's slightly lighter. This is like everything is for you, a little shade for the spectators, for you to feel comfortable and for you to watch the race with pleasure. And I love summer. I really love summer for your beautiful outfits. It's good that our summer is not the way it was last year in St. Petersburg. And we continue waiting for the scores of Alexei Vakhtin. The judges have to do some calculation, but still the score will appear very soon. And here it is. And there is no improvement, unfortunately, even though it looked like that. Yes, I was hoping, but the judges open their calculators and they break all my hopes. The end of the first group's performance is the leader of the qualifying, Ilia Papov, with 94.5. This was a really great run. We remember it. We will keep it in our memories. And we really want to see something special because he really knows how to do it. The light goes green and the Z, number 22, continues running. Ilia Papov, representing Evolution Yuga ADV by Одержимый Motorsport. He makes some little corrections after the initiation. Anton Novikov will have to do his job, but, well, the line is as great as it was in the first run. And here I have some little questions in around touch and go 6. In the meanwhile, Ilia is already drawing a nice and beautiful smoky curve, and he hardly gets touch and go 8, and yes, he finishes. All right, so now let's watch it. There is a finish, but there is no speed. In the first attempt, it was 1:52. Now it's 1:48. So this is a deduction of a couple of points for commitment at the very beginning. Plus, this angle correction that occurred. The front axle tried to run away from Ilia Popov's control. He pressed the accelerator on time. And this is the only tool to maintain control over your vehicle. Keep your wheels slip, because otherwise the car straightens out and you cannot do anything at all. But I will try to suppose that there is no improvement. At least it's very unlikely. But this is the situation when I'm happy to be mistaken, because I always want the drivers to perform better, and I hope that I'm mistaken. Of course, my opinion can always differ from the opinion of the judges, but in Touch and Go 6, the speed was far from desired. Then it dropped on the way to the third sector. Okay, so we will see how it changes the general score. And as far as a Touch and Go 8 was more or less okay. I also wanted to remark that there is such a thing as a grip. And this track is pretty dynamic, and it can change in the process. Even within the same group, the conditions can change. The grip can be better, the grip can be worse, and you can feel it at N-Ring, for example. At ADM Raceway is the same. It is also possible, everything is possible here, and we have seen it last year, and even in tandem runs when suddenly everyone began slipping and slipping out. But our Linglong tire, the mono tire of the season, is very grippy. There are no such big and fat black marks on the asphalt anymore. But I hope that for example, someone comes to RDS Europe immediately from RDS GP, because we could see those debris on the asphalt really interrupting the performance of the drivers. In circuit racing, drivers experience that a lot. Yes, this is only 87. Yeah, there is no improvement, but you can tell that there was some risk, and it didn't work out this time. For some drivers in N-Ring, these tire debris are so bad that Gori Gusf went on the track, and with his bare hands he tried to remove those pieces of rubber because it was so much in his way. It was so slippery. And in the meanwhile, while the marks on the track are being drawn over, we will make a little commercial break.
В этом сезоне главная интрига – то, что у нас впервые есть легкая машина в умелых руках.
Команды ищут лазейки какие-то в регламенте. Как близко, Антон,
Ничего нельзя сделать.
Мы будем делать все, чтобы стать чемпионами. И если команда-дебютант действительно станет чемпионами, это будет бомба.
Какой удар! Происходит контакт!
Крутить надо машины и понимать, что мы крутим.
Тимофей, Антон Козлов, Чита Поповых. Они все зависают в автосимуляторах.
Легче едется даже, чем на симуляторе.
Можно судейский повтор и выход с дуги большой.
Для команды это, конечно, большая проблема.
Чемпион. И кто же чемпион?
And we continue the qualifying round of the fourth stage RDS GP 2024, and we're waiting for the second group of the drivers. And we remind you that the general sponsor of RDS GP is VTB PJC. The official partner of Russian Drift Series is Linglong Tires. Stability and accuracy of driving, the worldwide tire manufacturer from China. Our official health sponsor is Level Kitchen, healthy nutrition brand. If you're hungry, our friends from Level Kitchen brought you a whole food truck of healthy food. And another amazing innovation. This year, we've got Yandex Food in our lounge zone, and you can order food to your spectator stands. So please use your Yandex Food app and order your food right to the place where you are. And now we are slowly approaching the lunchtime, and you may be hungry. Now it's time to play bingo in our magazine. The fourth issue is already available, so please look for it in RDS shop, and there are lots of interesting things. You can buy belts, t-shirts, caps in RDS shop, almost everything. Even if you are kind of not really well dressed for a reason, you can go and dress up at RDS shop. So bingo, collect autographs, not very well. Give high five to a volunteer. We've got one very close to us. Okay, let's say yes. We will figure out the rest a little later. And now we've got a representative of Avtobanai Mall. He's already at the start, and he keeps choosing between S15 and S14. This time he's on board S14. Representing Belarus, the city of Minsk, Sergey Sak, two-time champion of Belarus, winner of the Eastern European drifting competition. Unfortunately, his S15 engine gave up. It was only 2 events old, and then such a bad thing happened. He had to bring this backup car to a working condition, and Sergey drove it yesterday at the practice session, and he decided to use it to compete. Sergey Sak is having his first qualifying run, and he remains within the limits of the track, and this is a transition without angle correction. We will consider it all later, but it looks like he's going to a wrong place a little bit, but then touch and go 6 is taken, and the long 90-meter curve in the third sector. Another transition to touch and go 8. Very well, proactive transition. And then he's a little late with the acceleration in the 5th sector, and one more wheel is outside. Okay, so let's see what the judges decide. Sergey was one of the drivers who applauded standing when the judges decided to establish the speed restrictions. And 151 kilometers per hour is his run-in speed. So there will be no penalization, at least in this criterion of commitment. In the others, I think that there are things to deduct. But, well, it's very interesting. Sergey Sak once had this car built by Одержимый Motorsport, and it had the Weissfab suspension. But then N1 plus max suspension was installed, which is traditionally used by Forward Racing. And the car built by Forward Racing had a Weissfab suspension, but the third edition of Weissfab. I mean, what is interesting, the third edition of Weissfab is very different from the first and the second edition in its steering rack position. It's in the front now. And it's always good for drifting because these steering racks work as pullers, not as pushers, and they cannot be jammed, which means that you can get a big turnout, and at the same time the car will be working adequately and nothing will be jammed, because you pull in one place and you push in another. I have always wanted to discuss it, but I don't want to argue with people who have any religious beliefs, to say so, because the suspension preferences are almost a religion. And this steering rack position really reminds me of different religious discussions. But the steering rack position sometimes can give you some very good result, and sometimes it doesn't give you anything. If there was a universal recipe, I think everyone would be using it. But if there are people who can efficiently use some traditional solutions, I wouldn't really interfere. I wouldn't say that there is something better. The JZ engine became something like a universal recipe, but this was generally because there are lots of technical solutions including this engine, because the spare parts are available, and the more exotic you get, the harder it is for you. Because if, let's say so, someone's LS engine breaks down, it's quite problematic to find a new one in the paddock, and a JZ engine is much easier to find and purchase. But speaking about the steering rack location and also the magic pills and official universal recipes, there are more and more drivers who prefer the third edition Wise Fab for their Silvias. But I think this is not only because of the steering rack, but because you don't have to change a lot in the basic setups. This suspension may be easier to work with. It has lots of setup versions. You can change the turnout angle and lots of other parameters. But now, in the meanwhile, we see all those penalties, but there are not so many of them. Yeah, so there are some, but there is one line penalty for one wheel outside the track. As far as the angle is concerned, in the first sector there is a little correction. We could see it. And generally speaking, this is quite a good harvest. And this is 92. Yeah, this is quite good. And most of all, well, most importantly, you know what to improve. And this is already a good foundation for the further improvement. When you know what to work on, your performance will be better. This far, 92 points is not leadership, but this is a good foundation for the further progress. And now the youngest driver of Lukoil Racing Drift Team, Denise Sarak, who has things to prove both to his team and to the entire audience, and he is doing his best to show it all. Sometimes he even uses some magic against some of his opponents, and now we're about to see his first run. He represents the city of Vladivostok. It's getting warmer and warmer. It was plus 28, now it's plus 30. Yes, so the weather is pretty warm, and this hot air is already drifting in the air, just like the cars are drifting, and Denise Sarak is running in. He's already in the initiation zone, performing the Furidashi, and the vector was wrong at first, but then he corrected it in the process without straightening out. He did a transition touch and go 6, very close to the no-go zone. He's already in the third sector, and this is very nice and smoky as he slides along the track. Touch and go 8, and the last sector, nice and deep angle according to the judge's task, with a little reduction towards the finish. Well, bravo! Bravo. Traditionally, the speed first, and it's 1:52. Well done. Denis really unleashes his potential very well in the qualifying run, even though in Nizhny Novgorod his initiation killed his suspension. But what really upsets me is his angle fluctuation. In the first run, he couldn't achieve the correct line. But, well, the way the car stands on that road, the way it moves, the way it drifts is quite good. I didn't really like that very expensive touch and go 8, and the entire sector wasn't perfect style-wise, because there was some handbrake before touch and go 8, which is not supposed to be there according to judge's task. And by the way, this entire sector, I mean sector number 4, was quite smooth speed-wise. And as far as the handbrake, this is not such an evil. Many drivers use the handbrake to reduce the wheel speed, the wheel rotation speed, to ensure some more grip, to push of it and to stabilize the angle. This is also a widely used solution, so many drivers use it. But most importantly, you don't need to pull it for too long, not to slow down, not to make obstacles for your chase, once again, if we're speaking about tandem runs. This is a part of the track where you're supposed to reduce your speed a little, because there is a 90-degree turn ahead, and therefore there was some angle correction indeed. But many drivers, by the end of the first curve, do have to slow down with their left foot. You can tell it by the smoke coming from underneath the wheels. But here you hardly see it. Stanislav Dolgi is looking at all the control points almost through a magnifying glass. But I have some questions to the TGA 7/1. at the beginning of the third sector, which is the longest one, but it's also the most expensive one. We will see the scores very soon. I think that the judges have seen everything they want to see, and they will now translate it into numbers. As far as the speed loss is concerned, it was quite serious after the initiation, and I would be very interested in seeing the commitment. There are things to work on and to train our eyes. Okay, this is 30 for the line, 28 for the angle, and 36 for the style. And this makes a total of 94 in the first run. Well, it looked well, and it was well at the end. Anton Climco, by the way, is already at the start. And he now went to the service park on straight wheels, which means that he gives up his first run, or... Wait, he was supposed to be in the next group? Yes, he was supposed to be much later. He came too early. He is not losing anything. Okay, sorry. This is because Anton is already in top 10, so we will see him much later. And now, in the meanwhile, Dmitri Yermokhin from Avtobanai Mall, the winner of RDS Siberia, many-time prize winner of RDS GP, and his Silvia S15. With his customized suspension with some additional capacity, some rebuild was done. But the practice sessions demonstrated that Dima is in a good shape. And now let's see how real it is. He's already in the second sector, and he goes exactly along the white line at the inner Dutch and go. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yes, he's on the edge. Here there will be some line issues as well, perhaps an angle correction in the third curve, and the last sector is left. He presses the accelerator at the right moment and finishes in the smoke clouds. He complained of the high inlet temperature due to the heat, and please notice that there is a small fan on the intercooler can be seen. This is a very rare phenomenon, but you know, the car is not going straight, it goes sideways, and therefore the intercooler is not as efficiently ventilated as it could be. So the ventilator can be installed to bring more air into the intercooler, because generally the ventilator is supposed to blow the air out, but here everything is vice versa. Yesterday, after the training, I spoke to Dimitri because his runs seemed to be not that fast for me, but it is 1:54 at the run-in, okay, which is good. No any dramatic speed problems whatsoever, at least nothing that I could register visually. But the only thing that... Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. What is really confusing is the line problem in the third curve, which perhaps can be explained by the speed reduction to 81 kilometers per hour. This is where the speed loss occurred, because Dmitri Yermokhin could realize that he was running outside, and his vector was not going through touch and go 6. It was going straight to the outside edge, and therefore, by inertia, the car was simply flying, and the track itself was slightly narrowed out of good intentions only, and then it all broke the line, it broke everything. You could see that the smoke was getting thinner, and he had to change the revolution speed and play with the accelerator, and it didn't make the best impact on the general performance. But then he speeded up, but then the speed was dropped again, so the last sectors were not as convincing speed-wise as probably the judges would like to see it. Touch and go 6 is there now, and the wheel was on the white line. Yes, it was. At least I have a very strong feeling, but my strong feeling may not match the feelings of the judges. You could see that he was almost outside. It was a near miss, because the corridor in Touch and Go 6 is very narrow. I think that if Griha was going there on board his chaser, he wouldn't even fit, because his car is larger than the track. And now we need to look at the E92. This is the largest car in our championship. But E92, like chassis length-wise, is really the longest one here. Only the Laurel is longer than E92, because Laurel 35 is incredibly big. Stanislav is still in doubts. He's still in doubts whether he should account for this 3-point clip. Once again, we're watching the replay. All right, so let us not try to guess. Let's just wait for the decision of the judges. I think they will now clarify it all. They're very experienced people. Yes, he missed it. Yes, Stanislav Dolgih says he misses. Okay, it's possible, because first of all, he's touch and go 6, and also the touch and go 7/2 was also missed. But okay, whatever. This is -5 for the line. No questions to sector 4 and 5. There are some questions to sector 3 because all those adventures happened there. -2 for commitment, and sector 2 also -1 for the angle for touch and go 6. And Anton Novikov saw some correction there. And this makes a total of 90.5. This is still a 90 plus for Dmitry Yermokhin. And I think that there is a certain tendency, and most importantly, there is an understanding of how to convert this score into something higher. Anton Sherbak, on board his Nissan 200 SX, representing VS Team Car X. He is from Moscow, and he used various kinds of solutions yesterday, and we showed it on our news blog yesterday, and we will tell you more during the race show. Anton Sherbak, at his first run, he is accelerating, running, and then he releases the handbrake, but perhaps not in the right moment. The transition, and he misses the inner touch and go, which means that the line is not correct, but nevertheless he screws correctly into the third curve, and here almost he has one wheel outside. Then pulling the handbrake, he turns his car around. I think Anatoly is the only one who does it, but it's a very interesting feeling, because I can already feel that this is a 0, because it's 1:45 at the run-in. I didn't really know whether to stop or to not to stop, because it's still interesting what he does later. There are some questions to the line and to the angle as well, but it doesn't matter anymore. We can investigate it all, but we will not even have any information from the judges, because we already know that there is one number that decides it all. And by the way, this is the first qualifying when Anatoly Sherbak compared to his teammates. There is the diagram. Of course, we do have the diagram. We always have them. But the speed is very, very smooth. I think no one has had such smooth speed. But this means that the average speed, the mean speed of Anatoly Sherbak is not very high, because the speed is supposed to be wavy. You go faster, then slower, then faster again. But you know, the scale of this graph is also kind of specific, because the version of dynamics available to us is slightly different from what the judges see. For us, it is more visible, and the version that is shown to the spectators is also different, and we saw it more detail. And finally, we are about to see the qualifying run of Nikolai Garkovenko. Nikolai Garkovenko, who has some practice deficit as well, but at the end it was quite well for him. Number 95, St. Petersburg F22, quite heavy, but a good one. He had some transmission problems with various parts and the clutch as well. He managed to get over it all, and he is already finishing the first sector as a transition, and now he is collecting the touch and goes. Then a transition without forgetting the inner touch and go, and it smells like three-wheel drifting, but no, I think this is about the shutter. And this is the big 90-meter curve, and the last sector, he presses the accelerator as he finishes. He had quite a successful home stage. He is now 20th in the rating, and he is ranked higher than some of quite famous drivers. 148 kilometers per hour was the speed, and by this season the car has lost some weight according to the information that we've got available. which is, I think, good because we've got the minimum 1,250 kilograms, and this car weighs 16 kilograms more. And after every qualifying run, the car can be weighed by our technical scrutineers. It is allowed for them to do. And if the weight doesn't correspond to the requirements of the judges, then it may be the reason for a disqualification, any kind of problems. You can be expelled. 671 HP per ton, which is quite a serious capacity. But most importantly is that all the large technical problems that have been keeping Nikolai back are now going away to the past. We saw it in St. Petersburg, and this is the situation when the renaissance begins, when the driver finally trusts in his vehicle and he can train. And oh yes, the hat plus 30, yes, this country is invincible. Speaking about Nikolai Garkovenko, if anyone doesn't know, Nikolai Garkovenko is a silver prize winner of RDS West and the winner of the RDS West versus RDS South battle, so which means that he's a very experienced and secure driver. But for the last 3 seasons, he has been quite through some technical problems. I guess he missed touch and go 6 minus 4 for commitment in the third sector. What did he do? This is a big question because this is almost a dead shot. All right, so this is a total of 85.5. I think this is just because he was slow and he was unevenly slow. These are all corrections. He missed the inner touch and go, and on one hand he hit the right line, but on the other there was a series of compromises. Dmitri Ermokin is also a good example of the same. He missed the 6th touch and go, the inner touch and go, and then therefore he had to reduce speed quite a lot. Leonid Schneider, representing Time Up, is at the start. Toyota Mark II X90 1000 HP. The engine configuration has been modified. And here we begin. This is a very big struggle to the initiation. Leonid Schneider, of course, nails it, and then narrowing down the exit from the first sector, he's running to the transition. He takes sector number 2. What a soft suspension, very springy. And now a lot of smoke coming from the wheels in the third sector. He makes one transition, second one. He presses the accelerator as hard as he can, and in a big angle, he works through the touch and go 9 and touch and go 10. 154 kilometers per hour was the initiation speed, and we may suggest that in the 5th sector there will be some commitment deduction because there was a little hesitation, probably too much of the angle. And he let it go and he pressed it again. Yeah, but we should also notice that it seems to me that Leonid Schneider made up a challenge for himself called Never Let the Accelerator Go. 1 week ago at RDS Europe, and here on board his Mark II, Leonid has been pressing the accelerator really hard. His foot is heavy, is what we say. And maybe his foot is simply blocked or jammed or something happens to his foot that he cannot stop pressing the accelerator. Sometimes it influences his accuracy, but that brings in a lot of commitment. He made an angle correction at the exit from the touch and go number 5. It was 78 degrees, which may be a reason for some deduction. We will see what Anton Novikov says. Maybe it was so short that it wouldn't be considered by the judges as a serious flaw. As far as the speed is concerned, it was pretty good in this touch and go 6. It was 101 kilometers per hour, but then it dropped to 85, which looks like normal, but the speed drop is very big. 15 kilometers per hour drop. Because even 10 kilometers per hour counts, but this is a good food for thought. This is our observation, and this is what we see on the diagram. We've got some beautiful diagrams today, and at the end I also see some serious speed drop near the finish. But then it was exchanged for the angle and there were no restrictions imposed by the judges. So let's just see the scores. And here they are. And this is perfect. This is really great. This is 97. Wow, we've got a new qualifying leader, Leonid Schneider. Wow. This is just amazing. What I want to say is when something new appears in the driver's cars, it's like a gulp of fresh air. Nikita Shikov has a new turbocharger, which brings him a better torque, and he is now there at the start. And what his Groza, with his famous pirate flag that Stepan Zemtsev puts on his car every time, it has approximately 930 HP, and this is very, very well prepared, and it is now beginning the qualifying run. Nikita Shikov represents Carville Racing, two-time vice champion of Russian Drift Series, and this is already his initiation, the first sector, and he went a little bit narrowly. We will see it later on the replay. A little correction in this second sector, another transition, touch and go 6. A little bit of left foot on the brake to keep the situation under control, and the situation doesn't really get beyond control. He is very, very strong this time, and he's a little late with pressing the accelerator. So, okay, let's see it one more time. 153 kilometers per hour at the run-in. And speaking about the left foot brake, Nikita's body kit is made in such a way that sometimes the smoke that dissipates from underneath the car looks as though it's coming from the front wheel. There was some little left foot brake, really, as far as the turbocharger is concerned. Why this torque is so important? So, why it's so important, once again, why this torque is so important and why it appears. There is such a term, a part of absolute numbers, as drivability, elasticity of the engine. This is how much comfortable it is for you to operate the engine, how easy it is to control. And so the smoother the torque, the earlier you get the torque, and the more comfortable it makes for you to drive, the more drivable it gets using the accelerator. And I remind you, and I remind everyone who forgets, and I will tell everyone who doesn't know, the drift car is operated with the accelerator pedal by 90%. And speaking about the racing reality, this is the first thing you learn. You use the accelerator to control your car, and yes, this is what happens. Okay, so I can see where the penalties would occur. We'll see. Oh, yes, here are the fans of Leonid Schneider. Yeah, your support really helps. So please go on. Please go on. So, yes, it's only half of the heart. Yes, there are two of you, so you can make... Yes, now this is unity, and it really matters. By the way, one of our judges is really thoughtful. Perhaps this is Vladimir, or I'm not sure. All right, yeah, so the judges are ready. And this is because Vladimir needs to judge two criteria. And this is why it's a little bit more tricky for him. Yeah, so here are the numbers, TG2, TG3, some commitment in the first sector. And so what else have we got? Commitment in around TG5. In all the sectors except for Sector 4. Some questions to the angles in Sector 2 and Sector 3. And this is 26, 27 and 37, which makes a total of 87 for Nikita Shikov. He is currently ranked 7th, and I remind you that we've got 4 qualifying groups. 3 of them consist of 8 drivers, and the last one consists of 7, the top 7 of our championship. And now we've got the driver of Lukoil Racing Drift Team with his new engine and new suspension on board, an absolutely completed body kit with a front splitter, new headlights that have both yellow and white lights. There's a special switch right on the headlights. This is all about Andrei Astapov from Yekaterinburg, the champion of RDS Urals, bronze prize winner of RDS Siberia, 2nd place in qualifying, yeah, and also a driver who is currently who has already been to the podium at one of our events. Okay, so we go. After yesterday's accident, his right wing has been fixed, and now he performs a furidashi. He directs his car to the first curve with some challenges, and he gains more speed transition in a touch and go. And this is the time for this big and long curve number 3, and very cautiously he widens out the line, working through all the touch and goes, pressing the accelerator at the same time. A little correction is made after touch and go 9, and this is the finish. By the way, the wing has been fixed with an adhesive tape. Yeah, so why not? Okay, you don't really see it on the screen. Coming back to the podiums and the performance. One podium, but at the same time he was in top 4 for 7 times, including this track where Andreas Stof is usually quite successful at. Right before touch and go 6, there was that little hand pull break. Not the anchor, but a short pull. This is what doesn't really change anything. Probably he got too much carried away with the angles. Then this may be the reason why this correction occurred. And now we're watching the replay of the initiation, and the run-in is only 146 kilometers per hour, which is a near miss, and there will definitely be some penalty for commitment in the first sector. Possibly it may be doubled, because apart from the speed, it is also about the accelerator work, and the speed dropped. The speed dropped very much. 45 kilometers per hour speed drop. You could see that it was quite hard for Andrei to bring the car back to the right vector. This is how important is the furidashi. It's not only about speed and about the precision. If you understand that you're doing something wrong, then it's good. If you don't, you will find yourself in the same place where Ilia Fedorov was. But if you do understand, you know that you've got to do lots of things to get back on the track. But then later there is some speed increase, and it gets better. In around touch and go 6, there was like 97 kilometers per hour, but the speed is changing. Probably some noise in data transfer. I'm not quite sure. All right, anyway, so there are things to think about for our judges, but generally speaking, it was rhythmic. It was, but inaccurate. For example, touch and go 7/1 was absolutely missed. And then the line began widening out more and more. And this is this angle thing, I think, is caused by the front suspension in a way, because there are the new arms and new clutches. And this is why the line score is also new, with lots of deductions and some more penalties for other criteria, and we will see it now. So this makes a total of 84.5. 84.5, and this is rank 12. I think there are obvious things that he needs to get over with. So this is the end of the first run of the second group. All the drivers have tried the track at least once, and we get back to the driver who began the qualifying. That is Sergey Sak, representing Avtoban I-Mall, on board his Nissan Silvia S14 800 HP, Minsk, Belarus, and he is now ranked 5th in the qualifying protocol, and I'm sure that he wants to improve this result. He had 92 points for the first run, which is pretty cool. He had a very good run at the beginning, and Sergey looked very, very well. Let's check out his second run. First sector transition, and then very carefully, as one wheel was trying to slip outside the track, Sergey Sak brings it back, so it cannot escape. He is now storming into the third sector, working through all the 4 touch and goes, makes a transition, and another transition. Now you've got to press the right-hand pedal, and now this is the finish. This is the end of the qualifying of the two-time champion of Belarus, and this is only 149 kilometers per hour, so there will be a commitment penalty. Now let's compare two runs at the same time. Generally, they're quite similar, except for the speed, and even the speed loss was the same at the same place. This is the stability, this is the experience, and this is the skill. All right. But the fifth sector looks slightly different. It looks like less integral, less secure. But it should be remarked that even though Sergey didn't show us any enormous angles, this is caused by the front suspension of his vehicle. Let's watch the rear right wheel. You can see that it's outside. Whether it's confirmed or not, we will find out very soon. Very beautiful transition. And now notice that it looks like the angle on the body is bigger than that of the wheels. It is because the N1 Max suspension is sliding. Weissfab ensures a very high grip on the front axle, because this is the structure, the structural specificity, without going into much detail. And the Max slips a little bit, and this is why it's more demanding to the driving manner and the accelerator work. We are now watching the second curve, in which we thought he was outside, but it looks like he wasn't. Judging by the score that we can see, and we can see it a little bit earlier than you, we can... the wheel was still on the line. And I remind you that there is supposed to be a gap for the wheel to be considered outside. If at least any part of the wheel is touching the line, it is judged for the benefit of the judges. Stanislav Dolgich said yesterday that if I'm not sure, it would be not in your benefit, because there are 15 control points. This is the greatest number. I think you cannot have more. ADM Raceway has always been a record-breaking track, even when we had clipping zones. All right, line-wise, everything is very good, but in the other criteria, he was quite slow in touch and go 6, and we can see it, unfortunately. And in the fifth sector, near the finish, the third sector also suffered, because it is all coming from the previous performance. It has the roots in the previous sectors. So now the speed loss at the start also made its impact, and the gradual acquisition of the angle. But, well, there is 92 points for the second, and 87.5 doesn't ruin anything for Sergey Sak, but he's got to make his conclusions, and I'm sure that he will. Denise Sarak is the next. He had 94 points in the first run, and he should be quite content with himself. But he was outperformed by his team, by Leonid Schneider, another young driver. So he's got some space to grow, and I'm sure that Denise can make us pretty happy with his performance. So let's see. This is the run, and already under the wheels of this E92. He begins. This is an anti-flip dotted line. And then there was a little bit of that little flip, and then the second curve is already left behind. The transition is not the sharpest one ever. No. Some trouble on the way. I hope there is nothing serious. Denis raises his hand up in the air. At least nothing is leaking, but does his engine even work? Because I cannot really tell from the sound. And he stops by Stanislav Ten, our photographer. Or maybe it is a planned photo shoot. Yeah, it looks like the car is off. The car is off, the engine is down, maybe some electronic issue, some electric issue. But, well, on the other hand, sometimes it's easier to change the engine than figuring out all those little gremlins and the electronic part of the car. It is always a mystery, at least to me. But thankfully, we have such a thing as PDM and logging, and we have special people who know how to operate it, who have lots of magic tools, magic laptops. So they come, they connect, and they say, this thing is broken, go and fix it. So they fix it, and everything begins working again. Maybe at some point the teams will develop to the point when they get some information from the cars online, remotely, without connecting a laptop. Let's greet Denise Sarak. 94 points for the first run remains his best result, and he looks very puzzled. He will now look underneath the hood to check what's going on there. The engine is still there. Okay, this is already good. Nothing is burning, because last time the Rangers came to check what is going on under the hood. And this is always a very funny moment. It's strange that they are not towing the car away. I think Denise rose his hand up to ask for towing, or maybe for loading, because he suspects something about the transmission, because why else is not the car moving? Whatever, I think we shouldn't guess. I think we'll just ask him during the lunch break, because I hope that we do have a lunch break between the qualifying and the tandem runs, because we also have a pre-race show and the driver's parade. So we will definitely figure out what happened to Denise's car, and I hope that the teams give us the information. No loading is required. They take the tow rope, but at least the suspension and the transmission are doing okay. We shouldn't worry about these two components, and the team will now have to figure out where the flesh appeared. And against the banners of our official sponsor, Level Kitchen, healthy nutrition brand for your goals. Denise Sarak is going to the service park. So, and if you guys are hungry, there is a food truck of Level Truck at the food court. We also remind you that the official sponsor is a premium motor oil manufacturer iMol, and the official partner of RDS is VTB Bank PJSC. All of our drivers use the tires of our official partner, Ling Long Flash Hero, stability and heavy duty, precision and accuracy, worldwide tire manufacturer from China. There is also an option of ordering food right to the spectator stand. To do it, enter your Yandex Food app and indicate your location, and then follow the instructions, and you will get some delicious meals. Very convenient, just as convenient as it is for Denise Sarak to get his car towed away. But I'm sure that he has some storms, emotional storm inside his heart. But, you know, there is not so much time left until top 32. But at least I know that Denise Sarak is nice and comfortable inside the car. But, okay. He is fourth. He wouldn't be very lucky, I guess. No by-run. But this far, the by-run zone is not increasing. It's not expanding. So the only thing that we can say is that only the qualifying winner goes directly to top 16. Dimitri Yermokhin, another driver of Avtoban iMol, on board his Silvia S15. He has been owning this car since 2007. 17 years he's been modifying this car more and more, and he's been doing it with his own hands, and he's got 800 HP sequential transmission and winters, and all this thing is running towards the Furidashi zone. And this is his second qualifying run. Once again, he doesn't really hit the right vector, but he continues running. He corrects the line, and he's doing much better in the second sector, even though there is a little gap between the wheels and the white line. The third line is there, and it is even better than the two previous ones. The last transition, the last sector, he presses the accelerator slightly proactively, and now we'll get a chance to compare it all. And here is an important moment. Now we will compare everything on the way. At first there was a little problem with a narrow curve, but Dimitri Yermokhin did pick all the control points, but near touch and go 6. Let's see what he did in his first run and what he did in the second run. In the first one, he had very high speed, and then he had problems. He had to decelerate. And in the second run, he slightly slowed down before touching go 6. And then, for this reason, he managed to open up more efficiently, and that ensured a more stable speed. This is quite a common phenomenon in circuit racing. There are 3 turns in one of the tracks, and they're pretty high. And you can use 3 different methods. You can slow down before and then speed up, or you can go into the first curve at the maximum speed and then slow down and run at an average speed. Or the third strategy can be different as well. And the timing is more or less the same in each leg. And here, as far as the judge's task is concerned, it is all clear what you've got to do. I think that it is allowed to reduce the speed as you approach touch and go 6 to about 90 kilometers per hour. In touch and go 5/3, it is supposed to be like around 95. Then you should jump to touch and go 6 at a speed of at least 95 kilometers per hour. This is generally what Dmitry Yermokhin almost managed to fulfill. In touch and go 6, he was slightly slower than he was supposed to be, but the curve was more or less stable, both line-wise and angle-wise, so waiting for the results with great impatience. 90.5 points was his first result. We also forgot our main parameter, the critical one, the initiation speed, 145. And yes, he has everything for the line and minus 2.5 for the angle. That is the correction. And this is what happened in the first sector that he couldn't change without the angle correction. 30, 26.5 and 33 out of 40, which makes a total of 89.5. No improvement as a result. No, minus 1 point compared to the first one. But well, this is not very good generally, but this is not as bad as it could be. Nothing to be sad about. Because Anatoly's situation is worse. His speed was under 145, and that was a 0 right away. But it is too early to cry as well, because Anatoly knows what to do. He knows where the pedal is, I mean the accelerator pedal. We keep our fingers crossed and we wish good luck to this driver of VS Team Car X. 2 of his teammates are already in top 32. He needs to keep them company, and Anton Sherbak is doing his best to do so. He's already in the first sector and he makes a transition, and he has at least one wheel outside the track as he flips to the left, works through touch and go 6, and he presses it harder and harder in the third sector. And now he makes another transition, another one, and once again the handbrake has been pulled, maybe, but not as generously as he did in the first run, and this is the finish. So the speed was 153. Yes, check. I also noticed that from time to time, when Anatoly Sherbak runs at a high speed, his front axle slips off. What happened at the end of the first curve is so strong and so confusing for the chaser, because the chaser is also looking at the front wheels of the leader. Because if you are trying to approach, to get closer, the front wheels is what you are looking at. And here this is kind of confusing. Of course, clearly at the run-in the speed is 153 kilometers per hour, but the mean speed is 84, like Dmitry Yermokhin had, or like who else? Andreas Stof had. He also had a similar one, even though Leonid Schneider's average speed is 87 kilometers per hour. Can you imagine that? This is 4 kilometers per hour faster. But we will see where he gets in tandem runs, because sometimes some surprising things can happen, and sometimes they're impossible to explain. When a driver is running not that well in practice and the qualifying, and then something changes, as though some eclipses happen. And now Anatoly surprisingly manages to fit all the parameters, even though I'm looking at touch and go 6, and I don't really like that. And I would be interested in what the judges say, because when we said that he's been pressing and pressing, he was actually pressing the brake. He was pressing both pedals with both feet, perhaps. And we now see whether he took it, and he did. And here his right front axle, which is almost in the air, gets blocked because it's in the air, because the rear suspension of this car is very soft and the front is very hard, and this brings the car on 3 wheels. This is a very common thing in different American drifting events, and this is also due to the big stroke of the rear suspension. This is how they ensure the strong grip. But we are now ready to proceed to the score, and this is 83, which is not a 0, and he's 13th. And for the first time in the season, Anton Sherbak is the 3rd in his team in his qualifying performance. I mean, he's got the lowest qualifying score compared to Yevgeny Speddin and Alexei. So this is also a curious remark. All right, so his teammates are progressing, so it's time for him to progress as well. Nikolai Gorkovenko had 85.5 points for the first run. It's hard to say how adequate it is to his abilities, because it doesn't look like that. But yesterday his practice was quite difficult. He had various technical issues on the way, and of course it is an obstacle on the way. It brings you off the rhythm. So here we go. Nikolai Gorkovenko is doing the initiation. And the first sector is already underneath the wheels of F22 Peter Fighter. And they transition to the second sector with some little details, but still he manages to take one control point after another. And the third sector in here, everything is also done pretty well. It's time to press the accelerator, and he does. And this was not a violation, what happened after the finish, because there the permitted limits have been expanded. But it looks like I jinxed Anatoly Sherbak, Nikolai Gorkovenko a little bit, because when I said that he was collecting all the touch and goes, he missed one. All right, so it happens to me as well. Yes, so here it didn't happen, but then he continued. He continued. 7/2, 3, and 4 were taken. So what would it be? Maybe 2 points penalization. So just a little underperformance. This is what we can state as a fact. But he was very good in the first curve anyway. And first of all, we're waiting for the score, and we've got some important information in addition to everything that we said. We've got the RDS Drifting Academy. We've got our permanent RDS Academy, and the head of this institution is Vladimir Safonov. He is a drifter himself, and he is also a coach, and he gathered a team of specialists. And at each of the RDS events, including RDS Europe and RDS GP, we've got our RDS Academy branch as well, so that you have a chance to learn some drifting too. We've got a separate area. You can try it yourself and feel what it is like to make your car move sideways. And there will be Danila Vorobyov and Mikhail Davidyans, 2 highly qualified drifters. These are the most experienced drivers of RDS Europe, regardless of their young age. They're both very young, but at the same time, well, Mikhail Davidyans has got 86 events in his track records, and he's 26 years old, because he does lots of events every year since 2019, if I'm not mistaken. He was driving an E30 back then, even though it's not related to what is happening here right now. And what is happening is the wait. We are waiting for the score of Nikolai Gorkovenko. He was quite slow in touch and go 6, and this is why he didn't take the touch and go 7/1. He had the speed deficit. From touch and go 5/3 to touch and go 6, there is 100 meters, and then 70 more meters to touch and go 7. So you need some speed to get there. There's a lot of space to cover. And this is the third sector. You can see -4 for commitment. This is very slow. This is the way Vladimir Safonov says it was very slow. -4 is a very serious penalty. Touch and go 7, yes, 2 points for the line. And what does Nikolai have at the end? He's got 88. So at the same time, this is an improvement. But the first run was kind of uneven, very imbalanced. The second one was better, but I wish I could see more. For example, this young man can show us something better. He is the leader of the qualifying protocol this far. On board his Toyota Mark II JX90, nicknamed Rage. And now, number 7, representative of Time Up company, is running towards the Furidashi area. I'm really interested whether Leonid can eliminate all those little flaws that the judges found in his performance. And now you can see the Toyota Mark II squatting on its rear axle, flying through the first 2 sectors. That transition, yes, he takes touch and goes 6. And we continue watching. The smoke is very thick, and I admire the thickness of the smoky tail. Only at the end, Leonid lets the accelerator go, and then he presses it immediately at the dotted line. I think this time he was even faster than in the previous attempt, but now we'll try to check it out. I think we should call Commissar Katani to find any flaws in that. 153 kilometers per hour, and as I've been watching it, I've been thinking how much grip there is on that rear axle, how well this car runs. None of the vehicles this far has produced that much smoke, which means that the wheel speed is the highest, but the smokiest guys are yet to come. But the wheel speed is very high. The reduction is set up in such a way that if the car is running at 120 kilometers per hour, for example, sideways, but the rear wheel is running at 200 kilometers per hour, and this is absolutely normal for drifting. And Ling Long tire, produced by our official sponsor, can produce a lot of smoke. Many drivers said that generally this tire smokes less than the previous years, and Leonid Schneider says, like, what do you mean? It can produce even more. Here's a load of smoke, a bunch of smoke, big fat smoke coming from everywhere, including the doors. And the most attentive members of audience could see that there was some little fire coming out. This is a screamer pipe that releases the extra exhaust gases to control the charging pressure. This is amazing, especially the last sector. I really loved this run, except for one thing that made me anxious. That's a speed loss at the entrance to the 3rd sector. On the one hand, near the inner touch and go, it looked okay, and I say it looked like because my screen doesn't have such a high resolution as the judges' screen. Also, they have Alexander Nechayev to help the judges, and here, when we're here on our own, we can be easily mistaken. But nevertheless, at the end, in the exit from the 2nd curve, where the speed restriction is 95, Leonid Schneider had 109, which is a very interesting observation to make. And not only ourselves, the spotters are also watching it very carefully, because it's a very important thing to know for the chase as they prepare for a race with every given driver. When you know that your opponent will be faster, you imagine that you are supposed to shift inward, not to get lost as you chase such a high-speed opponent. Only 1.5 points of penalty, and they're all in the angle. This is very rare when Vladimir Safonov didn't find anything to penalize him for. And this is 98.5. 98.5. Leonid Schneider is making a very important step towards the leadership, or maybe his first qualifying victory. And maybe by run in top 32, everything is possible. Let's check my notes. I think Leonid Schneider has never won a qualifying before. Yes, he has never won a qualifying round before. He has got some podiums and event victories, but this is the achievement that he hasn't got in his collection yet. And I underline that this is a yet. But this guy has already got one qualifying victory. This is Nikita Shikov representing Carvel Racing, Toyota Supra A90, nicknamed Groza, with a new turbocharger, and the most experienced driver of Russian Drift Series. This is his 85th stage in the career, and the first curve is already left behind. Then another transition, and he works through along the white line, and one wheel slips away, but without line break, and very confidently he gets into touch and go 6. He's already in the third stage as he slides along the border in an incredible way. He is repeating every curve, and yes, a little too wide perhaps, but we will see what Stanislav Dolgich says about it. It was a little bit too wide, but also maybe too much of an angle. I think that the judges asked to reduce the angle towards the end. In the last touch and go number 10, you're supposed to bring a big angle touch and go 9 and then kind of straighten in a little bit and make an L-shaped kind of line. You just need to adjust to it, and the chaser would go inward. We have seen the drivers do it many times. And this can entail a penalty from 1 to 3 points. It would be -3 if there was a big speed change. You're supposed to finish as fast as possible, but Nikita didn't accelerate. It looked like the car slipped. It looked like he was slightly out on the edge, and the car decided to make another extra turn. And yes, there was some little acceleration just for the sake of justice, but it all happened too late, and one wheel was still outside. But this is a beautiful view. Everything except for the last sector was very, very decent. Before that, in the rear view mirror, we could see Nikita Shikov and his beautiful helmet dedicated to Yesenin poet, because we all know that Nikita Shikov loves Sergei Yesenin's poems. All right, so we are ready to see the scores. Let's leave literature aside. 2 points penalty for the wheels and commitment in the third sector. This is a very painful injection. -2.5 for the angle. And this makes a total of 88, 28, 25.5 and 36. This is 89.5. There is a little improvement, but still not much enough, not much. So he's not in the 90-plus club yet. Let's see where Nikita will find himself at the end of the process. I remind you that this is the first of the Carville Racing drivers. The 2 others are yet to come. Grigory Burulsky will be in the third group, and Anton Kozlov will be there as well. And this is Andreas Stof from Lukoil Racing Drift Team, and the second group can be kind of dedicated to this team. Gori Gusf is in the leaders, and 2 of his teammates are in this one. And now Andreas Stof, number 8, and he's E92. And he makes a very nice and broad initiation, and he misses touch and go 4. Unfortunately, the line is too narrow again. He's already in the second sector. Another transition, everything for the speed, says Andreas Stof, as he straightens out the line as much as he can, and that indeed will entail some bad surprises. And the last transition, and the last moment, he presses the accelerator. But is he using a handbrake? Or is it just about the camera view? The wheels looked very strange in the last sector. Did you want some commitment? I've got it, says Andreas Stof. 153 kilometers per hour at the running, and then he kept pressing the accelerator no matter where he was on the right line or not. He's been simply pressing it really hard. His first result was 84.5 points, which is far from his actual ambition, I'm sure. But in this run, I'm afraid there will be no serious improvement. This is one of the rare situations when 2 runs are very different, and what happened in the second run kind of happened much earlier than on the left-hand side. That is amazing, and the mean speed was very different. 71 degrees at the initiation. Of course, the speed dropped from 152 to under 100, to 99.1. So this is just a big drop. And this speed drop was the thing that brought Andreas Stof to the wrong line. He didn't have enough inertia to guide the car along the edges of the track. This is why you need to be very accurate with the angle at the initiation. Because if the angle is excessive, the car slows down too much. If the car is too little, we will see something like Ilia Fedorov style when he found himself outside the track. And yes, this is the main point of ADM Raceway. The track is not very wide, first of all. Secondly, the speed is pretty high. And indeed, all these have their own significance. And they require a special precision. Because then the judges establish the speed threshold. And therefore, it becomes even more sophisticated as the speed factor interferes. And now, judging by what we see, there will be some penalization indeed. Yeah, so here it is, and also a speed loss in touch and go 6 as a consequence. And this will also be penalized, so there will be lots of penalties. Unfortunately, even though where it comes from, it all comes from a huge desire to show a good performance and high speed. And we could see Andreas Stof doing amazing practice runs. It was like a poem, like a song, and it made a very good impression on me. And I was looking at the spotters of other drivers who would say, yeah, Andreas Stof is doing a great job. Well, he was, but we will probably see it later. And this is the price of a mistake. We have said it many times that things are all interconnected in drifting. Well, it's not a very bad performance, but it is sad because it could have been much better if there were no these little flaws here and there. But now we'll see the result. There is an improvement, obviously. And this is 88.5. And he is 8th. 8, the favorite number of Andreas Stof, but it wouldn't last long. Okay, so the track is being prepared for the next group, and we take a commercial break.
У тебя форма есть? Тебе для запекания? Тебе для приседания. Попробуй. Вот так вот. Итак, пробное занятие понравилось, но на абонемент копите накопительный ВТБ-счет.
Регулярно пополняй и накопишь на 16% быстрее.
А почему еще не в форме?
Крутим долг.
А копим быстро.
Откройте накопительный ВТБ-счет со ставкой 16%. ВТБ. Вместе все получится.
Kitchen, безграничен. Level Kitchen, безграничен. Level Kitchen, вкус отличен. На уровень новый он, мы поднимаем питание. У нас все готово, продумано все заранее. На новый уровень, на новый level. Level Kitchen, доставим где бы ты не был.
Закажите доставку прямо на трибуну в в приложении Яндекс.Еда.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? К любимой команде? Или в спортзал? К клавиатуре? На ринг? Или на стадион? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
Если радио, то максимум.
Вы все время в движении? Читайте Автомейл.ру. Это портал про автомобили и для автомобилистов. Здесь все самые важные новости о машинах, премьеры и тест-драйвы, штрафы и полезные статьи с советами, путешествия и истории. Будь в движении. Заходи на Автомейл.ру и читай про главные автомобильные события.
Мы любим спорт за моменты драйва. Моменты впечатляющего мастерства. Моменты запредельных эмоций. За моменты, которые становятся историей. Мы соединили моменты спорта и истории, которыми они становятся. И все для того, чтобы делать спорт лучше.
Команда Fresh Racing в 2024 году стала по-настоящему международной. Мы проехали весь чемпионат OEDC и теперь врываемся в новый сезон RDS GP. Ищите нас во всех социальных сетях. До встречи на разгоне.
Таймап – это больше, чем дрифт. Это новая история. Это время первых.
Вот команда Таймап выходит на первый этап этого сезона.
Таймап. Дальше. Больше.
сезоне главная интрига, то, что у нас впервые есть легкая машина в умелых руках.
Команды ищут лазейки какие-то в регламенте.
Как близко, Антон Climco!
Ничего нельзя сделать.
Мы будем делать все, чтобы стать чемпионами. И если команда-дебютант действительно станет чемпионами, это будет бомба.
Какой удар!
Происходит контакт!
Крутить надо машины и понимать, что мы крутим.
Тимофей, Антон Козлов, чита Поповых. Они все зависают в автосимуляторах.
Легче едется даже, чем на симуляторе.
Можно судейский повтор и выход с дуги большой.
Для команды это, конечно, большая проблема.
Чемпион. И кто же чемпион?
You've been thinking why we have such a long break. This is for you to use the great opportunity to order food from Yandex Food. Sorry for the repetition. For the second time, we've got available food delivery service to the spectator stands. So open Yandex Food app and order meals to where you are. And this year's vice champion Anton Kozlov, who finally made his BMW E22 work, and instead of fixing it, he practiced. Yesterday was his birthday. He turned 29 years old. He celebrated it with some great practice, and now it's time to qualify. He slides very precisely along the white line, but then narrows down and runs into the second sector, makes a transition on the way to touch and go 6, collecting the inner touch, and then he travels on a very beautiful line to the end of the curve. The last fifth sector is already underneath the wheels of a BMW E22, and the judges begin thinking. 1,295 kilograms is the weight of the car, which is quite heavy for this season. And this doesn't really look very dynamic. It looked like the accelerator wasn't pressed in the first curve, and this is the reason why such a mistake in the line and the angle was made. There was some insecurity. 147 kilometers per hour at the run-in, which is also pennable, if I can say so. And let's say that it was just a warm-up, because not everything worked out. This year, the drivers are allowed to go on the edge of the track, and there is a very good word called bumpy. It's kind of bumpy, and this makes its impact on the further behavior of the car, because the speed is very high, the load is very high, and all these little bumps are not very good for that situation, but also avoiding that is also quite hard, and the grip is different on the edge and the asphalt. And when you slide on the edge and then you get to the asphalt and then press the accelerator, you suddenly discover that you've got more grip, the angle is bigger, and the car is pushed inwards. And the way I see it, he should have pressed the accelerator on the edge, on this concrete edge, and then once you're already on the asphalt, it is already sleeping well, because the reduction is usually set up correctly. But some drivers prefer shorter reduction to keep the car more drivable. For example, Arkady Tseregratsev was very careful with his reduction to keep the car drivable and controllable. And when he was asked whether he needs to add more wheel speed, he said no, because otherwise the accuracy will be lost. So these are the things that are considered by the drivers and their teams, all those who work a lot with car setups. They set up the rear suspension. The front is more or less clear. The front is about the general direction of the car, and all the drivability comes from the rear. On the other hand, why are there so many basic setups in the Yif swap? There is still a lot to work on with the front wheels, and we all know that even the diameter of the front tire has been changed by some of the teams to achieve more grip, or to make it more predictable, to make it more forecastable, because the way the front wheel rotates, the way it goes when the driver gives the impulse to it, how the contact spot changes, and Damir Idrulin has learned it very well when he was working on his Altezza suspension, comparing his own projects with Yif swap. He investigated how the contact spot changes when you turn the steering wheel. Some drivers like it when it reduces, some like it when it's bigger, some of them like more stability. So there are lots of little details, and it's all a matter of preferences. I wouldn't say that the rear suspension is the way and the front is all clear. It's not. But secondly, let's look at the score of Anton Kozlov. And this is 77.5, and this is not what we expect from the vice champion. But why are there so basic setups on Yif swap? All drivers like different things. Tastes differ. Every driver sets it up according to his own taste, and then no one really makes dramatic changes on the front axle, on the front suspension, but on the rear, based on different kinds of asphalt, different kinds of turns, there are more parameters to change. And now we see Vladislav Papov, another representative of Yuka ADV, Evolution Yuka ADV by Одержимый Motorsport. He is running, this is the first attempt. He's got one qualifying victory already, and it happened this year at Moscow Raceway. Oh God, he is probably too much carried away to the left. This is not where he's supposed to go, especially in the first two sectors. Vladislav had some line problems there, and here touch and go 8 is missed. Who of the Papov brothers practiced less yesterday? This is the question that is hanging in the air. But yes, we have just seen something strange, because there is no other words I can use to describe it. Let's take a look at the speed. It's 150 at the Furidashi point, which is quite good. But then something fell apart. All the line was shifted somewhere, and the car went into an absolutely wrong place. No one has been to the no-go zone except for Vladislav Papov. Maybe this is the way he decided to stand out, and yes, he does stand out. Okay, he doesn't reach touch and go number 8. And one more point will be deducted for touch and go 10. But touch and go 9, the more expensive one, has been collected. But this is not the most confident of the runs. This is the third group. This is the pre-top group. And of course, we expect to see something very beautiful. But perhaps this over-aggression is the reason why such inaccuracies occur. There's an interesting aerodynamic effect that we can observe in this side of the body kit. The left one vibrates really strongly and the right one doesn't. And this is not because they're made differently, but because the speed in the right turns when you go with your left side front is higher than in the left turns. This is the reason. And so if this splitter is vibrating, it means the speed is high. Anton Kozlov, it says, he's got his support and defy gravity. It says, no, don't defy gravity. Gravity is our friend. Even aviators need gravity, even though it sounds very contradictory because they do challenge gravity. But how do they land without gravity? Sooner or later, they've got to get back to the airport. And we also remember Anton Kozlov and his qualifying victories. And Vladislav Popov also won 1-1, just like Anton Kozlov in his first stage. And now he showed so much to the judges. There is so much for them to analyze that it's amazing. And then he made an angle correction. And the speed was more or less okay, but the line was crazy. At the same time, the speed in Touch and Go 6 wasn't the way it should be. But once again, I will repeat, the most obvious mistakes are the line mistakes. And this is sad to see. But your hats and your caps is something that I really love seeing. Hello, 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 everyone. You're in the shade. I hope you like it. I hope you're not cold, because it's a little windy as well, because we're here in the studio and it feels like being in a fridge. But at least we do not feel the atmosphere in all the ways. Speaking about qualifying victories, out of 31 drivers who take part in our competition, only 10 people have ever won any qualifying rounds. This is 1/3, but at the same time, Yevgeny Losov has got 8 victories, Damir has 10, and so on and so forth. 15 for the line. It was serious. And this is 75. It looks like this is a who gets less competition. All right, you need to correct it all. And even having lost a half of the line score, Vladislav still gets a half, because usually we believe that the line is what you can always get, but such things also happen. If you add 15, it already makes 90, so he could have got 90. This is Denise Migal from Fresh Rating, the first one of the team that is now at the top of the team standings. Altogether, the driver and his car, they come to the first sector. We will investigate all the details later, and now he is already catching on the no-go zone, at least the way it looks from my side. Denise used to ask, why do you get penalized for it? And now he decided to demonstrate it with his own example. Now he presses the accelerator and finishes the qualifying run. And by the way, yesterday Denise was the one to ask the question. It doesn't look like a big mistake. You penalize us for too many things. And yes, this is 148 kilometers per hour, so he will also be penalized for the speed. He will be penalized for the line. And also the handbrake. He asked at least 6 times about the handbrake in Touch and Go 6. So yesterday's briefing was very funny. It was very fun to be there. And Denise Migal said, once again, that it is a great tandem of Supra A90 plus Denise Migal. You can see that the driver is enjoying himself. Yeah, by the way, it looks like he had to slow down a little with the brakes, but at the same time, why don't jump to conclusions? At least I'm trying not to jump to conclusions. We are looking at the entrance into the scored section of the track through a long focus camera that doesn't show some of the little movements, but from different angle you can see that yes, the brakes were used to correct the line, but you cannot say it about Touch and Go 6. It is missed, which is -6, and there is a deduction for the wheels and deduction for missing the Touch and Go. And there is one more important detail. The outside Touch and Goes, when you lose one wheel, will be counted, because you... So if one of your wheels is outside and the other is on the Touch and Go, the Touch and Go shall be considered taken. But at the same time, the penalization is also given. And as far as the inner Touch and Go is concerned, you're supposed to take it with the front wheel only, the right front wheel. And even if you move your front wheel inward and the left one is on the Touch and Go, it doesn't excuse you in any way, because you do not fulfill the task of the judges. First of all, it was done this way to leave some space for the Scheiße. Oh, that's a harvest. That's a lot to collect. Yeah, the first sector minus 3.5 for the angle, commitment and fluidity. In all the sectors, there is a deduction for commitment because the speed was the problem. It makes a total of 81. 81. Well, but yeah, he's ahead of Vladislav Popov. He is the best in this group this far. Grigori Burlutsky is now on the screens. Another driver of Carville Racing, another BMW F22. And it's got 910 HP under the hood, but the car is very heavy. 1,370 kilos, probably the heaviest car in RDS GP. 613 HP per ton. So we continue. We will see how Grigori Burlutsky operates it all. This is the set of parameters he's got, and with a little jump, he flies into the first sector right away. The car pushes off from the edge, and one wheel is outside the track immediately. There is active steering on the way to touch and go 6, and the line is being widened out, and now Grigori brings his car back with all the 4 wheels to the track. He's got to work through the double transition, and he does it very, very sharply. And the accelerator at the finish is not very right. It doesn't occur at the right time. We would say that this is a warm-up run for Grigori Burlutsky because it's 145 kilometers per hour, and our zero parade continues. We were very worried, but this is not bad. You know, Grigori Burlutsky made our hearts boom, but there was so much struggle. I thought it was like 170 kilometers per hour. But this is just about the weight, 1,370. Sergey Kuznetsov, representing the city of Samara, on board his flanker F. Last season he was great in RDS Europe, and this year he is great in RDS GP. He came 5th in the previous event, in the first event, I'm sorry. And now this is the flanker F, which had his suspension modified again. And now he is going to initiate. Yes, this is nice for touch and goes. And now Sergey Kuznetsov is widening out the line. He's getting braver. One more transition. The inner touch and go, and he shifts towards the outside edge of the track as prescribed by the judges. I think that this is a very right line, very correct. Of course, if he didn't break anything in the third curve. This looks humble, but at the same time precise. 148 kilometers per hour, almost 150. But yesterday, Sergey Kuznetsov was there at the autodrome. I met him. He was already waiting casual clothes, and I asked, why aren't you practicing? And he said, it's enough for me for today. I've got it all, I understand it, so that's enough. And looking at this qualifying run, I would say that really, this is really enough. Yes, he loses a couple of points for the commitment. Yes, indeed. And in the second sector, he may lose something, and maybe in the third as well, because the speed was a little bit too low. But as far as the angle diagram is concerned, it's almost perfect with minimum of fluctuations. Just look at that. Yeah, we're looking at the yellow line now. The blue one is also pretty interesting. But once again, in this scale, you cannot completely see how linear the speed was in certain sectors of the track. If you add a little bit more speed, then it would have been almost a perfection. Yesterday, Sergey Kuznetsov complained that his tires don't last for more than 1.5 loops. But it's interesting. The participants say that the lower the pressure, the longer the tires last. But it's dangerous because in super low pressures, the tire slips off. And we have seen some tires getting debunked. And, oh, yeah, this is an interesting structure on your head. This is almost like a propeller, like a helicopter. Yeah, that's cool. I really love it. We like creativity. Hello, Sergey Kuznetsov fans. A great respect. You can see that you are well prepared. I hope you are satisfied with his qualifying runs. They are well prepared both for the sun and the rain and for Sergey Kuznetsov's victories. No comments on the line, except for the commitment in the first sector. All the rest is very good. Once again, just check it out. The judges determined some very clear borderlines, but still there were no speed losses. It wasn't really tragic for Sergey Kuznetsov. 94.5 for the first run is a perfect result. A good foundation for further progress. I remind you that the leader of the qualifying is still Leonid Schneider, who had 98.5 points for the qualifying. And this is Roman Tivadar, who has broken all the blueprints concerning forward racing cars, because this is a third edition YSFAB-based forward racing. Roman Tivadar has been dreaming of the suspension for a while, and finally he did it. Roman Tivadar holds on to the limits of the track in the first sector, and then he begins the transition. The transition magic. Now it's much more rhythmic than it was, and he misses touch and go 6, and he draws a smoky line, makes a transition to touch and go 8, hardly keeping within the edges of the track, and then a very nice and generous acceleration and one more line violation. 152 kilometers per hour at the initiation, but the entire car is now softer. It now aggressively squatting on the rear wheels, because the front suspension brings more grip now. It doesn't slip off, and now it allows Roman Tivadar adjust his car in such a way. Regardless of his suspension slips, he has got 2 victories in RDS-GP. But you know, drifting is a special thing. Due to its regulation, it allows some technical creativity. But sometimes you think maybe introducing some restrictions is good, because with these restrictions, Roman Tivadar has had 2 victories, which is like much better than many hundreds of drivers have performed. Please notice how soft the rear wheels are. In last years, monotire didn't do that because it was much harder. It had a very hard side, and Linglong is softer. And you can tell how, free-wheel drifting. And attentive people also see this beautiful hat and say, oh, wow, you look amazing. And we are very attentive. So, of course, we notice such things. This year, it looks like people listen to what we say. And, so once again, we thank this summer for the hot weather. We will never forget it. By the way, there was a beautiful hat, but we didn't really notice it. The attentive spectators can say that the left rear wheel... Oh, wow, I like your poster. Wait, don't close it. Show it to me. Is this a poster of Roman Tivadar with lightning, some space style? This is the flash storm insanity. 25, 27.5 and 38. The style, less penalty for the style. But I think this is because of the poster. Okay, it's 90.5. It's a 90-plus club, even with these obvious mistakes. Okay. We demand the elimination of all those mistakes. And now the next one coming is Anton Climco. Suddenly he came absolutely at the wrong time when the second group was still performing. Oh, wow, I like your poster as well. These posters are special. Thank you very much for spending your time. Thank you for making these drawings. And this is all so cool. Bad news. Unfortunately, Anton Climco goes to the health group with his only run. This is not good, and this is the response to his 153 kilometers per hour. Time up Luce. Yes, only one of them this far, and now they are second this far. I mean, one of them is the best in the personal standings. The other one is also the best in the qualifying this far. And the team looks more convincing than on its rookie year. But nevertheless, it is still not the leader of the team standings, because Shabanov cannot be the only locomotive of the team. But in Artist Europe time up is the leader of the team standings, but it doesn't really matter anymore. Yeah, gotcha, the souvenir plaque. Do you have the autograph as well? And the hats. Yeah, this is something like Chekhov style. I really love it. Straw hats, a little bit theatrical, a little bit dramaturgical. And speaking about dramaturgy, this season is being very dramatic for this driver who's got a new hood. Yes, a new hood has been installed on this car. Just look how it jumps. I'm strongly convinced that every new part on the car brings in an additional stimulus and an impulse. Just recall Roman Tivadar. Just like carbon doors that were promised to Roman Tivadar when he won the qualifying. This really works, at least in Takayama Forward Auto. It is all a little bit naked, especially the rear cover of the Z. At least the headlights are on, because, well, he's not really setting up for... But no rear mirrors. But they were there yesterday. Okay, Gori Gusf, the defending champion, 4-time champion, 2-time champion of FIA IDC, a driver of Takayama Forward Auto, and he does the furidashi. He maintains the angle, very moderate but stable. In the first sector, in the second as well, Gocha makes a transition, collecting touch and go 6 with a microscopic correction on the way to the third sector. And here, this is a nice candy over line. Then he turns it very sharply towards touch and go 8. A little less sharply, and unfortunately one wheel is outside the track in the last sector. Okay, so here it begins, the heavy weapons. Now we should remark that having tried the 400Z during the practice set that it's faster than S15 because it has the multi-arm suspension, and it works very well in the aerodynamic context. There is an aerodynamic guideline for the car to be more stable. It doesn't fall into angles. And look at this transition. This is so beautiful. Here I felt nervous at a moment when the wheel was outside and some little spark came out when the car rubbed against the edge of the track, but thankfully no consequences. But he was slightly slow in Touch and Go 6. The speed was 151 kilometers per hour, so he decided not to outperform. Just in case, just a little bit more than 150, at least not 149. Very careful, very cautious. But the text version of our drift dynamic system rounds up 149 to 150. Just normal arithmetic roundings. Mathematically, this is correct, but for judges, it may be a little confusing sometimes. They have to carry a lot of equipment, lots of cameras, a lot just to get the right information. And there are less cameras on Gocha's car as well. You see that this camera that we are looking at now is installed outside the car, but all right, so but you see the teams, oh wow, that is something. Hello, and welcome. What is that? We're illegible. Unfortunately, we're not that good at reading. Okay, so we are expecting the score of Gori Gusf. His teammates, Roman Tivadar, had 90.5. Yes, hello, beautiful yellow hat. It is a very nice summer look. The color of Gori Gusf. Are you a fan? It looks like something from Kustodiev's paintings, like a tea party in Mytichi or something like that. Okay, so this is 1.5 angle deduction made by Anton Novikov. Half a point in the second sector, then -1 and 3. Some deduction for the commitment for the same reason, maybe too much of a speed. -2 for one wheel outside, and this makes a total of 91.5. Nice and solid run, I would say. 91.5, rank 7th, and this is 1 point more than Roman Tivadar had. Who are you calling, by the way? The cameraman. Look at me, dear cameraman. And the cameraman did look at you. 77.5 points in the track record of Anton Kozlov. So something has to be done. He is from Ulyanovsk originally, but currently lives in St. Petersburg, represents Carville Racing VR38 jet engine, and all this beauty is now going on its race. Granddaughter for the grandma, says this inscription, and this is the second run of the vice champion of RDS-GP, Anton Kozlov. He runs in, makes a flip to throw his car into the Furidashi, avoiding the edges, even though the line is slightly narrow at the beginning. But then Vladislav Yif will convert it into numbers. And now we are sliding to the inner touch and go. We are in the third sector together with him. And now there was a little struggle at the exit. And the second transition after touch and go 8, which is the last one. Wow, this is good. Speed-wise, I have a feeling that it was pretty fast. But the speed was 144. No, 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 yes. That is sad. That is very sad. But, well, as is. As it is. And the rules are the same for everyone, except for the handicap, except for one vehicle. And once again, we explain that what was provided to Alexander Telik doesn't contradict the rules. This is just because 130 is the minimum speed for Alexander Telik, because the car cannot physically cannot run faster. An attempt to improve his result for Vladislav Papov. He had 75, and that was very sad to see his mistakes previous time. I hope he can correct them. This is Vladislav Papov from Evolution UK ADV by Одержимый Motorsport. He had everything except for the line in the previous run. The line just left the chat. I hope it's back, and now everything will be much better. So, this far, we are watching him run in the first sector under the wheels of 350Z. And here everything is very decent. A transition. He avoids a trip to the no-go zone. The car squats on the rear wheels, almost losing the right front wheel outside. And Vlad works to touch and go 8, and he's in the last sector, the 5th one. And here everything is nice and clear. Okay, so there are some little details, but generally the general impression is much better. It was a near miss in a way, 145 kilometers per hour exactly. And now we'll go to the expanded version of Drift Dynamics to see what happened next. 145 is how much? Does it count? You can also approach it differently. 145, maybe 145.2, or it is 144.9, and these are already two different values. This half a kilometer per hour may also matter, but this is not a zero, indeed. Obviously, this is not a zero. You can see that the splitter is vibrating as it did before on the right-hand side. It's very... no, it's not. It's also vibrating, but it's not as hysterical. 145.2, yeah. These 2 after the decimal point has never mattered that much. Because 144.9 could be different. Now 3 after decimal point can be really critical. But this was a real near miss. So let's see what happens. Yeah, it works. A courier, yes, someone ordered Yandex food. Congratulations. Enjoy. Oh, wow. This is a leader of our hat competition. Yes, I love it. This is a universal hat to protect you from the rain, from the sun, or maybe even from mosquitoes if you have a net, or from the bees or whatever. 28, 28.5 and 34. This is a total of 90.5. So he just brought his line back. This is what we said. If we get the 15 points back, he gets this. Well done. Now, Denise Migal cosplaying the number of Yevgeny Losov in his first run points, 81, and he is 19th, so he's got a lot of space to grow, obviously. Moreover, he's got everything it takes to progress. The first run was good, but still there were some little details. I hope he can avoid them in the second run. Denis Migal, his Supra A90, number 33, very generously accelerating and initiating. I think he gave a little start as the car tried to do something on its own, but Denis stopped it on the way. But still the line is far from perfection. Touch and go is missed. Left without any attention. Here you've got to one it out, but no, it doesn't work. Then he makes a transition into touch and go 5, and he's running to the outside edge of the track, and now there's a problem in touch and go 10. And I think this is because this approach that the judges prescribe begins working. As they're trying to get as much speed as possible, the accuracy is compromised. When you're running at a comfortable speed, then you can hit all the touch and goes. But when you are trying to run as fast as you can, then the accuracy is out of question. In the first run, his speed was 149 kilometers per hour. And in touch and go 6, he went too narrow and he had to -2. And -2 for the touch and go and for the wheel. In the second run, he tried to correct it and he overdid it. And it looked like he went too widely. And this is -3 for the TG only. And he also collected some of the zones that he used to miss. Now, please notice the rear wheel, how the side of the tire becomes a little bit protruding. Yeah, this is, miss. He misses touch and go 6 completely. This is the inspirer and the founder of Fresh Auto. I remind you, they are the leaders of the personal standings this far, with quite a big score gap. And, this is over 200 points of advantage, at least away from Time Up Team. Then the third is Evolution Yuko Одержимые, and this is another handmade poster. And this is ADM Raceway. Yeah, cool. You are so well prepared. Superb. I think we need to make a poster competition as well. In addition to the hat competition, we announce the poster competition, ladies and gentlemen, at this and the next events. You're welcome to show your creativity. We will show it all online. And what we're going to do with it later, I have no idea. But we'll definitely show it on air. So please, work hard, be creative. Once again, this need for speed can play a bad joke on you. At the run, and this baseball cap is available at RDS shop, together with many other things. Also, Kiss Cam. Okay, don't be so sad, sir. Everything is gonna be okay. Everything will be good, and the qualifying will finish very soon, and there will be top 32, which will be more exciting, and with also a pre-race and a parade. Oh yeah, that is quite a lot. That hurts to see. Yes, a lot of deduction for the commitment. This is because of the speed. Yeah, so if you straighten out the line, if you don't collect some of the zones, you run faster, but here he didn't even run faster. This is 77.5. There is no improvement, unfortunately. Okay. People say that our brain works worse in the hot weather, but, well, I can still think. Okay, Grigori Burlutsky in his second run. This is the self-save session. Let's see what he can do. In the first round, it was about the speed, which was 1:44, which zeroed down the run of Grigori Burlutsky automatically. And by the way, there is an anchor. One of the symbols of St. Petersburg. Grigori Burlutsky is doing his second run. I hope the speed is okay. It is, and he is already in the second sector. He is the champion of Russian circuit racing, the winner of RDS Europe and Sochi Drift Challenge. And the car was trying to make a little jump, but Grigori Burlutsky held it back. He is already in the third sector, storms into touch and go. And this is the fifth sector on the agenda. Yeah, so this is a different thing. Yes, this is a different conversation. 150 kilometers per hour. This is all about the run-in. 150 is exactly what you need to get. So it will not be penalized, at least for the commitment. No, or was it 149.6? So it may be penalized, but we will see. And this slide that happened, the little slip that happened to Grigori Burlutsky in touch and go 6, kind of helped him to get back on the correct line. Something strange happened to the speed because it was supposed to be falling. Because every time such corrections occur, this is always a speed loss. But here, the first curve, the second, third, and fourth touch and go were ignored. They were absolutely ignored. This is not what you've got to do. It would be -6 points for the line, or maybe -4, because he did kind of get on the next touch and go, but 3 and 4, obviously he didn't. He missed them. The mean speed in this run was 85 kilometers per hour, which also is quite good. Denise's was 83. But when it's about the line compromise, it's hard to speak about the adequacy of the speed. And you want to compare the lines of the two runs, because if you are missing some of the control points, your line gets shorter, and therefore your speed kind of increases. But just for the record, in the correct line, the average speed of Georgy Chevchan was also 85 kilometers per hour. And this is awesome. But still he... yes, a good thing to read, exactly, the magazine that is available. It looks like the character on your T-shirt is also reading the magazine. This is the 4th issue, and the magazine is dedicated not only to RDS GP, but also to RDS Europe, to the entire Russian Drift Series. And we see the results, and this is 89 points, which is much better than a 0 in the first run. Approximately 89 points improvement. This is good. So who else have we got? Of course, this is Sergey Kuznetsov, who is already there at the start. Gocha is already in this group, and Roman Tivadar. And then Maxim Grossman is already waiting for his turn, and he is in the next one. He is in the top 7 of the championship, the Great 7. Plus the bonus track, Anton Climco. I hope he will be there, and I hope he shows us a good result. Okay, so here we go. Sergey Kuznetsov, 94.5 points he got in the first run. And now the flanker runs into the first sector of the track, makes a transition, sector number 2. And here everything is nice and clear, even wider than the first run. And here he's very close to the no-go zone. And now the third sector, 90 meters along the outside edge. Touch and go 8, and wow, this is good. This is a very nice angle, and I don't know whether the wheel was still within the track or not. 152 kilometers per hour at the run-in, so this parameter is already fulfilled. And you see that once the speed penalization was announced, everyone started running faster. As far as the angles are concerned, I really loved this run. They were very smooth and clear and accurate. And the mean speed, the visual pace, were all very smooth and nice. And it looks gentle, you know, very delicate, exquisite, I would say. This is the word. And perhaps there are some little details, and there are definitely some, because the average speed is 83 kilometers per hour, which kind of indicates that there is too little. This is 98, where it's supposed to be at least 95. And by the touch and go as well. But here he is slower a little bit. But once again, the judges have already showed that if everything is nice and predictable and slow, they may forgive some things. Well, at least not forgive, but they can be less strict as they penalize. Because this is not only about the speed, I mean the numbers. This is about how this speed changes and how fast it was achieved. And in the last sector, the angle was reduced from big to small. Yes, that is amazing. Yes, you look great. So this is not about the speed. It's about its dynamics, what matters. In fact, and this is a more important parameter, because if you are doing everything smoothly, then of course there are more chance for you to run at a correct line. And this is 92 points. Stability, there is no improvement though, but now Sergey Kuznetsov will be all clear to the spotters. Roman Tivadar from Takayama Forward Auto, he had 90.5 points. He represents the city of Sochi, and he's the first from Takayama Forward Auto to use Weiss Fab on his car, the first one in the entire history of Takayama Forward Auto. And he's been enjoying it. I hope that his score also makes me happy, because 90.5 is not his level. But the second run is there for a reason. It is there for correcting everything that you failed in the first. And one wheel is outside. He slightly widens out the angle by the end of the first sector. In the second sector, he leaves a little reserve and he hits the inner touch and go. Now it's time to go slightly wider, which he does, and then through touch and go 8, yes. He throws his car into the last sector. The visual impression is very good. The speed was 147, so it's a little bit too little. So it's still a penalization. And also 7/1 was not perfect. He kind of almost missed it. There was some strange line. He probably overdid it with the angle. In touch and go 6, and this was the reason why he found himself too much inward. Maybe several centimeters were lacking. And in the rest, this is a very high quality run, very smooth and stable, with no wheel loss except for the very beginning, if there was one. The angle, the increased angle was increased very well, and it also doesn't bring him more points. It will probably be a deduction, and we mentioned it during the briefing, and the sector ends in a transition. This is the reason. It may be interpreted as the angle correction. Why it's not allowed? Because when you make this correction, you slow down a little bit, and it makes it easier to do the transition. The transition becomes easier to control. So this is like a little cheating that improves your accuracy, but you lose dynamics. And with this event, dynamics is the key. But it doesn't really improve the accuracy, but yes, it's cheating in the way that it makes it easier. The car becomes easier to spin, to turn around, and sometimes Roman was probably the best of the drivers at turning the car and spinning the car. Now the judges pay special attention to this, because this court section of the track, this configuration, actually requires a high speed, but this angle fluctuation is always a correction, and we don't like corrections. And still, angle is always closely interconnected with speed. The slower we run, the easier it is to hit the TGs, and the easier it is to control the entire process. This is the simple logic, the elementary logic. Okay, yeah, so touch and go 7 was really ignored. Yes, this is -2 points of penalty and commitment in the first sector, just like in the third. Yeah, so we see what is left there. This is -2 minus for the line. Yeah, 92. This makes a total of 92 points for Roman Tivadar. This is an improvement, but this is not what we expected. We expected something more. All right, so there is only Georgy Chivchan left in this group, and here he is in front of you. 2 drivers of Takayama Forward Auto in the third group. We haven't seen it for quite a while. And at the same time, Georgy Chivchan and Roman Tivadar are in the third, and Timofey Dobrovolsky is in the fourth. Georgy Chivchan is speeding up. His first run was very good, 91.5. But we know once again, we know what to expect from Gocha. And we know what this guy can do. And in the meanwhile, he's running to the inner touch and go, which he takes. Of course, he's already in the third sector, collecting the touch and goes one after another. Beautiful spinning his car in touch and go 8. In the previous run, we saw approximately the same. And this time, I think he is more accurate in the last sector. In his first run, Georgy Chivchan had a speed of 151 kilometers per hour. In the second run, he had a speed of 155. Yeah, so he tuned it up, he increased it, and this was a beautiful transition because the Z is an incredibly beautifully rotating car, a beautiful spinning car, and also the right pace. This is what the team has been working on. They managed to tune the car up in the correct way, and you can see that the car has become more drivable now. There was some heaviness in the first and the second event when the team had to work on the weight. And now, as the car is losing the weight, even if it gets lighter than 1,255, you can balance it out correctly. You can position these weights on the bottom, on the axles, on the sides to make the car more drivable, remove some of the weights from behind the rear axles, even though it is minimal, but to balance the car out, to eliminate its pendulum effect. And this all helps Gocha demonstrate his brand mark transitions. The impulse, the inertia, this is all this can be all seen in figure skating very well. You can see if you rotate with your hands sticking out, and then try rotating with your hands pressed to your body. These are two different things, and the same you can see in the transition. But still, an average car, this is why an average car cannot do drifting, because it spins around too easily and it's harder to control. Okay, so we are approaching the fourth group, which means that the qualifying round is coming to an end, after which we will have a parade and then the autograph session for the VIP and comfort ticket holders. And the spectators with standard tickets can go to the service park. You can visit our artist shop and have a snack, or in particular you can just take a stroll and see what the teams are doing. Okay, this is -1 in the first, -2 in the third, -1 in sector 5. And if I calculated it all correctly, it makes a total of -4 for the angle and for the commitment. And this makes a total of 96. And Leonid Schneider remains the leader of the qualifying with his result of 98.5. And now we will see some commercials and we prepare for the fourth group.
Команда Fresh Racing в 2024 году стала по-настоящему международной. Мы проехали весь чемпионат OEDC и теперь врываемся в новый сезон RDS GP. Ищите нас во всех социальных сетях. До встречи на разгоне.
Таймап – это больше, чем дрифт. Это новая история. Это время первых.
Вот команда Таймап выходит на первый этап этого сезона.
Тайм-ап. Дальше. Больше.
And we are back on air, and we continue the qualifying round of the fourth stage of RDSGP 2024. The driver of Time Up team, Maxim Grossman, is now at the starting line with his Toyota Mark II, equipped with 2JZ engine. Let's see whether he can challenge his teammate Leaderboard Schneider, who is still the leader of the qualifying protocol. And for those who watched us attentively and those who remember the behavior of Leaderboard Schneider's car, it would be very interesting to see how Maxim Grossman's car behaves, because they are very different in setups. We will now check it out. Maxim Grossman has got a new subframe. Now it is not made of different parts, it's not patchwork. And now he speeds up, he runs in and performs the Furidashi. And he begins his first sector run. There is a little gap between the white line, showing the limits of the track. But still, this is all within the task of the judges. Works through the touch and go. And now Maxim Grossman is in the third sector, collecting the elements of the seventh touch and go. And he does this double transition. And the last sector, I don't know how on time the right pedal was pressed, but the smoke was still released. I know that the speed was still a little bit underperformed, 149. In the morning sessions, he had the same, but his speed was usually 147. Now it's 49, so he added 2 more. So I think we can suggest that he can do it better, like 150 or even more. But then now he will be definitely penalized for the speed. It was a very nice curve, I mean pre-finishing curve before that straight sector. And he pressed the accelerator on time as well. But there was an angle correction after the second sector, unfortunately. And there, even though the angle wasn't big enough, still it increased and it was quite tangible. As far as the speed in the inner touch and go is concerned, it was not bad. Not bad, at least if I'm not mistaken, because I need to be very accurate here. in this interface, but you can tell that it was a very dynamic run. At the end of the curve, the angle was 70 degrees, and then it swung at the opposite direction, and then it was 80 in touch and go 9, and then at the finish there was no little angle, it was medium. But medium angle is also okay, provided that the car doesn't stop, because it's very good that it was 38, was it? And before, it has to be small or medium, and then small, and here it is big and then medium. But it's still great that in touch and go 8, the angle was little, according to the task, and then it was boom, and it was big. Generally speaking, the run is great. If the speed at the Furidashi was also at least 1 kilometer per hour more, touch and go 7 is missed. I didn't see that. Yeah, there was such a detail, I guess. Maybe because of the angle of the view, I didn't see it. The commitment deduction in the first sector, as predicted. And also fluidity, but almost maximum for the angle. Also very good for the style, which makes a total of 94.5 for the first run. And now, the master of high-speed initiations, which he has proven many times. Timofey Dobrovolsky on board his Forward Racing S15, number 19. He is now 6th in the personal rating of the 2024 season, and he's got a classic Takayama forward order suspension. Timofey Dobrovolsky, who already has got 1 qualifying victory in his career, and the weather back then was very bad, but this weather is also an easy one, just like the requirements of the judges concerning the speed and the angles. And now Timofey Dobrovolsky is very carefully working along the edge of the track, and in the second he also doesn't spend much time, but there is a problem with the line that goes on, and here's ultimately close, and somewhere even too close, and the last sector is left, and now he works aggressively and he finishes in the clouds of smoke. I think there were no more violations, but he was at the edge sometimes, I mean close to the limits of the track. The speed was 151, exactly as much as you need not to be penalized, and touch and go 4 is under the question. Because he was within the track here, but the either touch and go was probably angled down. Loss of speed and misses touch and go 6. So there is a small catastrophe that happened on the way. And of course, this will all cost Timofey some of the points. You could see that the angle suddenly increased and there was some of the free fall. This was the cheating. This was the aiming, when you know that you are not really getting it and you're trying to making a little flip, but it's not that easy to do. Then it continues to break and everything falls apart and turns into a big problem. This is when I recall the exotic disciplines such as rowing, kayak rowing, when you are in a tumultuous river and you've got to work through all the turns. And the same happens here. I'm not doing it. You think, okay, so to the hell with that, because otherwise everything will be destroyed. And this is what the judges remind the drivers about. You may lose the 3 points for the line, they say, but if you continue breaking the angle, breaking the speed and all this little and subtle structure, you may lose a bit more score. And this practice of the leader can also cause some very bad performance, because then everything is broken for the chaser. Everything falls apart. And even though you're working very hard, chasing, knocking on the door, but you don't win because the leader had to be more scrupulous. And here is another very good example of explaining what the judges meant when they spoke about the leader's mistakes. If something similar occurs in a tandem run, and if the chaser is very close, and if the chaser doesn't act properly and he makes a contact with the leader, then most likely the guilty party would have been the leader who made such a mistake. So he added angle at first, then he reduced the acceleration, so slowed down, made a correction, the angle correction, and then this is commitment and fluidity flaw. So this is a combo, but at least the hats are beautiful as far as we can see. Our cameramen find the best hats on the spectator stands. We want to thank everyone for this beautiful summer vibe. 23 for the line. Oh, and this is a total of 88.5. Generally, this is not a failure. This is not, but we know what he can do. We could see how hard he tried. Gori Gusf and his BMW E92. On this track, 1 year ago, Gori Gusf finally rejoined with his E92. It was their reunion, and he immediately found himself in top 4. We were very happy to see such performance. And now this representative of Lukoil Racing 15 goes on his first qualifying run. This is Adler Fighter E92, and together with Gori Gusf is already in the first sector. Gori Gusf is trying to add more angle, but he fails to do it the way he wants. He doesn't reach touch and go 5/1, but he continues running naturally, and the third sector is already down there. He makes a little correction before touch and go 8, the last sector. Yeah, definitely Grigori knows how to operate those angles, and we did see the angle there. 153 kilometers per hour, so no commitment penalization will be there due to the speed. But there will be some penalties for other reasons. First of all, the line, at least. And I think that for the angle and for the style, there will be something to penalize. Our judges always know where to look. Especially the TG5/1 was definitely missed. But how beautiful was the finish? The finishing was amazing. Good angle and nice and dynamic finish. And now we're watching the replay of his first curve. This angle correction really ruined the entire impression. By the way, the judges do not only want to see the speed and the angle and the line, they also say they want it to look beautiful. They want it to look dynamic. So the judges care about you, our dear spectators, to make it aesthetic for you. In the first curve, the angle was less than medium, and then it rose to 60 degrees, so the correction was very big. It was a 20-degree correction. We all could see it with our own eyes, but in numbers it looks even more striking. As far as the angle in the third sector is concerned, it's 58, which is more than the medium, and then it was corrected to 38. Another 20-degree correction, a brand mark correction of Gori Gusf this time. This is not very specific of him usually, but, well, maybe he was just trying to surprise us somehow, and, well, he did, even though it was not a good surprise. -2 for the angle here and there, and -2 for the missed clipping zone, and also 1 point deduction at the finish, and this makes a total of 87.5, less than Timofey Dobrobольski had. He's 17th. And now number 88, the leader of Evolution Yuka by Одержимый Motorsport, Arkady Tseregratsev. On board his Nissan Fire Lady Z, 1,365 HP. VR38, dead, the same as Anton Kozlov, but the body is different. Arkady Tseregratsev, the winner of the first event of the season. I'm sure that he's not very happy with his current rating, and he will do everything to bring it back to order. And to achieve it, he wants to make it to top 16 immediately. Let's see whether he can do it. Now he makes a very dynamic transition from the first sector into the second. Then a little bit relaxed touch and go, but then he collects the next one. The line is a little narrow in the third sector, but once again it looks like he does take the clips where he had to take them. And once again, everything a near miss. He does take the clips, but he goes slightly narrower than he could. 155 kilometers per hour, 86 kilometers per hour mean speed. And this is together with the angles. The angles are always big where they're supposed to be medium. They're medium where they're supposed to be small. And generally speaking, there's a big correction in the first sector. You can see it on replay. And the transition from big angle from 70 degrees into 6 to 6, from big to big. But the judges want medium to medium. At the entrance to the second sector, the big angle is also allowed, so this is not a mistake. But then there comes medium angle, and this is what he's supposed to do until the end of the third sector. And this is an impressive stability of the 2022 edition champion. It is also worth noticing that this season Arkady is doing much better than last year, because last season, but he hasn't hit Denis Migalin top 32 yet, because this year it's already 2-0 for Arkady, sorry, because last year it was 2-0 for Denis. I think that you need to have a V8 when you go versus Arkady, and that everything will be correct for Denis. But, well, you know, in this high mean speed, I'm afraid to be mistaken, but I'm looking at my screen and it looks like in the inner touch and go, the speed is very low. The hat is gorgeous. Yes, in inner touch and go, the speed was around 90 kilometers per hour. Then it was reduced to 88, but it's normal. So let's see the result. 30, 26.5 and 37, which makes a total of 93.5, and he's 8th. All right, another 8 lovers who takes Andreas Stof away from the 8th line of the rating, but he still has a chance to improve. He was 5 points more productive. Okay, but this is again about... We will see what it's about. Now, Yevgeny Loshev, who has got 8 qualifying victories, is coming along. And one of these victories was taken here. He is the only of the drivers who has won the qualifying and the event here. It was a renaissance for Yevgeny Loshev because his team was having a hard time last year. Yevgeny Loshev at his first run, and yes, maybe a little bit too much of handbrake, but then he gets concentrated and there's a lot of smoke. Just take it and enjoy. Another transition to the inner touch and go under the front right wheel, and this is the way you are supposed to do it, Yevgeny Loshev says, and this is the way you spin your car in the last sector. And there is a huge angle, almost a backward at the end. And now this is, let's play advocate. Why did he pull the handbrake that much? Because his initiation speed was 157. And now we recall that the previous platform, Yevgeny Loshev, was almost in the top of the initiation speed ratings and the angle ratings as well. It should be remarked that the run was visually super dynamic. I think that speaking about Yevgeny Loshev, this is a very good word. And this finish was so virtuoso, because he finished it beautiful, like his own signature, and he put in the end. He slowed down with his left foot. At the same time, the angle doesn't increase, at least visually. There was no correction. There were no big corrections at all. The speed after the initiation was really significantly reduced because it was really super excessive. So in this situation, it looks like something that can be forgiven. And we continue getting some information about Anton Climco, who has a brakes problem, and this is why he cannot accelerate. Yeah. Okay, so I hope that he manages to fix it. And as far as Yevgeny Loshev is concerned, in the third sector, the speed is incredibly stable. It's 82.8 kilometers per hour. And this number remained the same since it has been recorded. Can he have any sort of electronic control on board? Not sure. -2 for commitment in the third sector near touch and go 6. And this is the third sector, touch and go 6. All right, so this makes a total of 96 points, nevertheless. And he is third, and this is the first run of Yevgeny Losев. Okay, good. And now, here comes the driver who has got a record, who holds a record for the number of qualifying victories. 3 of them were gotten through 100-point runs. 10 qualifying victories overall, and this season he has won 2 stages. In the first stage was a big problem for him when he got kicked out in top 32, so he didn't get any points for top 32, and this is the reason why Anton Sherbak is still the leader, even though he has no victories at all. He's got a 3rd place and 2 seconds after Damir Idrulin, so it's very symbolic that he is standing there at the start, and there is Anton Sherbak behind his back, burning out. I remind you that the drivers come for the qualifying runs in accordance with their rating position. So Damir is now 2nd, and then will Artyom join us because he is the 1st. If this is a hat, this is also a hat. Yeah, this is something from Beavis and Butthead. Oh, yeah, you can use a magazine as a hat. Well, why not? You can see how useful it can be, plus the smell of freshly printed pages. So by buying a magazine, you're not only getting something to read, you're also getting something to wear. Yes, the qualifying police is now at the start. Damir Idrulin, fresh racing Toyota Supra A90 is now the starting line. So this is this young man, even though he is over 30. Yeah, A80. Sorry, he represents the city of Krasnoyarsk, where he began his career. And he also developed the clutches for Nissan Skyline R34 of Arkady Tseregradzev. And he helped this car get as drivable as it now is. Damir Idrulin, at his first run, he held 2 victories this year, and one of them is in the qualifying. He brought the 3 points to his team this year, and he's already in the 3rd sector in the large curve on the way to touch and go 6, and he is moving forward through this super long curve. Here it was a little bit scary for a moment, but he takes touch and go 8, and this is the last sector, and Damir Idrulin crosses the finishing line. I was a little bit confused with the angle at the initiation. The speed was 154, but the initiation didn't really look very convincing. It looked like something was wrong, but the task doesn't require any sharpness. But the thing is that the angle wasn't big. Damir pressed the gas, but then he kind of thought that he is not going too far, and he gave his car a little push with a handbrake. This is the question. This is not about the angle. This is not about the sharpness. It's more about the commitment that we keep speaking about. The correction is also not very good, but most of all the judges said, and they repeated, yeah, so there was a little angle correction. This is the moment that was immediately after the initiation. We started looking at it a little later. He added more angle. Anton Novikov also said that the angle in that first curve is supposed to be increased. And this is what happened. But that little peak on the diagram from 30 and then plus 10 to 45. This is exactly the handbrake pull, but we will now check it from this angle. We will see it better. We will probably understand. So it is slightly visible from here, but he presses it and then presses it again. Would it make a difference? I don't know. We will see. But in the 3rd sector, the angle is stable, and he is slightly faster than Yevgeny Losef. As far as the inner touch and go is concerned, the speed is also okay. So 30 for the line, 28 and 38, and this is a total of 96. The magic 96 again. All right, so Leonid Schneider is still looking amazing, both separately or both of his runs together. No one has got 97 yet. So even if Leonid didn't make that improvement, and even if he still had 97 points, he would have still been the leader of the qualifying. And now here comes Artem Shabanov on board his Toyota Supra A80 with a demonic name, Lucifer. And now the leader of the personal rating will show us whether he managed to tame this devil. In the previous rounds, this car has been giving some problems to the team. I didn't hear anything about any technical problems this time. But now Artem Shabanov is now pulling the handbrake as hard as he can in the first sector, makes a transition, and now touch and go 5 is under his wheels. And then there's touch and go 6, and then Artem Shabanov is running to the third sector, the third curve, and then there's only touch and go 8 left to do, and then the last sector. Yes, the finish. The speed is 146, which is pretty slow, but Artem Shabanov has never been super fast. And in the morning, he wasn't super fast either. In Nizhny Novgorod, he wasn't super fast as well. But there are other things that he is very good at that are also captivating. But here, it will be definitely a reason for some commitment penalty. Just for a second, I want to get back to Damir. I don't want to pick on him, but, you know, Damir has got us used to perfection. During the practice, Artem Shabanov had the speed of 153, but now he lost 7 kilometers somewhere, or even 8. But I think that he may seek for them, maybe somewhere underneath his seat or somewhere, and he will find speed and he will get it back. Maybe he's just being careful in the first run, just like many drivers are. And now, after the first run, he will say to himself, all right, everything is running okay, so I can add more speed. If the speed was excessive, or maybe the grip was too little, too weak, then it would probably go different way. So the carefulness, this cautiousness in the first run is quite understandable. It has to be a non-zero result, but here the main trap is actually the speed. If you are too careful, if you are too cautious, then you can get a 0 for the first run immediately, and then you will be even more nervous. By the way, he was only 2 kilometers per hour away from the 0, and the average speed, just take a look at how much the initiation speed influences the mean speed. The mean speed was 82 kilometers per hour. But this is also because Artyom was going quite widely. He was running quite widely, and the wide line equals to a longer line, and the mean speed is calculated mathematically by drift dynamics, and the distance, it is distance per unit of time, which is an economic definition of speed. But in our lines, with all its diversity of lines, it doesn't always work. But now I said it out loud, and I understood that I should ask Alexander Nechayev about it to understand better, to understand how these measurements are done, just to have this knowledge of how much you should even look at this mean speed. We're looking at it because we are now dealing with very dynamic configuration. I've got this information. He's got 91 points. And I have already asked Alexander in Kazan, and he said that the mean speed is the number of speeds divided by the number of points. The value of speeds in certain points divided by the number of points. Because in some drivers in different lines have shown some different mean speeds, because the speed, the line influences the speed and vice versa. But this is a great question for discussion. We will definitely discuss it, and then we will let everyone know about the result, because I still have some little doubt about its logic. All right, here comes Maxim Grossman from Time Up. He had 94.5 points in the first run. He's going his second one. Swayed his car body from one side to another, and the first sector is done. He makes a transition in the second, making a small angle correction on the way. And oh, here is what your wish to get the touch and go makes to the people. And now he continues. He's already in the 4th sector. And the last transition. And finally, this is the finish. Once again, I have very big doubts about the borders of the track. And also about the speed, which is 146.5. It's very close to failure. This is something like Timofey Dobrovolsky style near touch and go 6. Another angle correction, another slow down. So in this run, it didn't work out. He had 94.5 points, which is quite good, but still not enough for some super high rating. But nevertheless, in the qualifying, concerning that we've got 2 drivers who come from RDS Europe, you've got 31 drivers, only one. The winner of the qualifying will get a bye run. The others will have to fight for the bye run, and we will have our finger crossed because we also have Anton Climco in the health group. And we still have some questions about him and the technical condition of his car. We haven't had any double zeros this time. Everyone makes it to the tandem runs round. We will see today after the parade and autograph session break. And I remind you once again, dear spectators, that those who don't have the access to the parade, you can go and have a snack without long lines, or maybe buy some souvenirs at our RDS shop. And you can also take a walk around and order Yandex food to your spectator stands. Use your Yandex food app. Also, no lines involved. Yeah, hello, hello, hello. Yes. Your dresses are the same. I know, aren't they? I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I just made a terrible mistake. But this is because we think that the contents of the dress matters more. All right, whatever. This year we've got Yandex Food Lounge, and you can order the food to the spectator stands. Are you trying to design a new hat? Oh, yes, you're looking great. So use your Yandex Food and indicate your locations. And we have seen it in action. -3 for commitment. Immediately taken away by Vladimir Safonov. -2 for commitment in the 3rd sector, which makes sense. -1.5 for the angle correction. So our judges are strict but fair, and it makes a total of 92, which is quite good, but this is not an improvement. Not an improvement, but okay, but Maxim Grossman completely repeats the performance of Sergei Kuznetsov, also 94.5 and 92. That's funny, though. Perhaps our judges may study the style criterion in more detail. Now, Timofey Dobrovolsky, who needs to improve his performance. He's now 19th. He's got 88.5. But we like coincidences, and he is number 19, and he's 19th in the rating. But this is not the kind of coincidence Timofey Dobrovolsky is looking for. Not the best place for such a driver. Timofey Dobrovolsky is now doing his 2nd run. He initiates the 1st sector, and immediately he pushes off inward and missing one of the touch and goes. In the 2nd sector, he looks much better. He does the transition to touch and go 6, and one wheel slips off outside the track. But still it comes back to the permitted thresholds, and then near the spectator stands, he only crosses the finishing line, and this is 151 kilometers per hour. It looks like it could have been more, but this is the same that Gocha did in his 1st run. It could have been more, especially considering what the car did later, and the car really betrayed Timofey as it went inward, having missed the 2 control points. At least this is the way I saw it. And this is the touch and go 6 looks very similar in both runs, and the consequences, of course, are also very similar. He is running slightly faster in the 2nd time. 84 kilometers per hour is the mean speed. And by the way, my theory of the mean speed has been confirmed. The mean speed varies depending on the running time. Yeah, this is what I noticed. Let's leave it. Okay, so we continue watching, we continue observing. First of all, we've got the beautiful slow-mo video. Secondly, I suspect that the commitment would also be penalized for in the third sector, near the most expensive touch-and-go and the 90-meter-long touch-and-go 7, divided into 4 segments. And the transitions here are quite good. I really liked them. And at the end, as it's supposed to be, the angle is big, 73 degrees. Timofey did it all. So if not all those details that we have spoken about, we could say that it could be something better. But I think that there should be an improvement, at least something. This is the aftertaste I get after this run. But just in case, I remind you that it was 88.5. Yes, two touch and goes, plus 1 wheel outside. So plus 2 more points and 1.5 minus 2.5. This is 88 exactly. So there is no improvement. This is half an hour less. Too bad. This is the sad reality. This is the rhythm. This is what the rhythm can do to you. You always want it to be better for the driver, and he is now on the 18th place, and now the air heats up to 32 degrees Celsius, and 87.5 was the performance of Gori Gusf in the first round. This is the result that is absolutely not right for this driver from Nakhodka. He's 21st in the rating. Number 21. This is how hard the competition is now. This season, it has become like that this season. Gori Gusf is doing an initiation into the first sector. This time it looks like he manages it better. And in the second, he is much better indeed. Looks much more convincing and very close to no-go zone. Bravo, Grigori. This is a nice curve. Number 3, and this is the one transition. Second transition, and sector number 5 is already under the wheels of the Adler fighter. Why didn't he do that in the first run? 154 kilometers per hour, mean speed of 85 kilometers per hour, my dear friends. I'm so surprised. It's because the mean speed at such a distance, 1 kilometer per hour faster, indicates a very significant change. Just for you to understand, Yevgeny Losev's mean speed was 84. Just in case, for you to compare. And here, with these stable angles, I also loved this transition. The first one from medium to big angle when he threw his car just like that. It looks like the car was generally designed for such tricks, for such moves. He collected all the touch and goes. There were no visual jolts or sways or whatsoever. I recall how much we were astonished by Gori Gusf's runs 1 year ago here at the same at the same track. We used to say that the Chaser is better, but now he performs much better than on board a Chaser. Yeah, maybe he played too much with the angles, perhaps, and this is what let him down. But since that time, he has gone a very long journey. He's done a great job working on the setups and the mistakes, and now he understands the car better, even though he still uses the Chaser, the same that he drove in RDS-GP. And that car, of course, has very little common with a Chaser. And, well, now the judges are thinking very hard. They're looking for something to pick on, to penalize. But it looks like they have found everything and they are ready to present us the results. More or less. We're still waiting for one more number to proceed. Gori Gusf has got 1 podium this year. He was second. He was in the final versus Arkady Tseregradzev in Moscow Raceway. As far as the other achievements are concerned, in qualifying, he has never won before, even though he was close. And by the way, generally, Gori Gusf has been in top 4 times, including a podium, and once it was ADM Raceway. And that's true, it was last season. He was 4th. And this perhaps his first top 4 performance, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe the first time was in Red Ring. I'm not sure. This is 98. This is 98 points for his second run. And Leonid Schneider's result is hardly standing. Gori Gusf is now second. The question is whether he manages to maintain this second position, because he cannot do anything else. Because now Arkady Tseregrazov is coming into business, plus 2 drivers from Fresh Racing on board their Supras. And of course, each of them has got some arguments to present. And well, in 2019 in Red Ring, Gori Gusf was in top 4, I confirm. Arkady Tseregrazov, Evolution UK ADV by Держими Motorsport, and he does the initiation. This is his second qualifying run, and he goes too narrowly. This is not correct. And now Leonid Schneider definitely managed to breathe out, but there are still more candidates. In the meanwhile, Arkady Tseregrazov is running to draw this big and smoky line through touch and go 7. Then he makes a transition and he catches touch and go 7. And in the last sector, I also have a question about whether the rear left wheel was still within the track. But from the very first sector, the compromises began. The first score was 93.5, and the second run was... It was like not perfect. You know, something went wrong from the beginning. The car was pushed too much inward. There was a small correction in touch and go 6. He reduced the angle, and this is a unique situation because everyone usually increases the angle there, but Arkady's angles are so big that he has to reduce it in the corrections. Let's check it out once again. This is the run-in, and Arkady came to the third curve very fast because you don't really see them there that often. A touch and go 6, there was a little correction, but the speed was also compromised a little bit. 154 kilometers per hour was the initiation speed, because we say this number for every run. 86 is the mean speed along the way. And well, he just lacked a little accuracy. The maximum angle was 80 degrees according to the text interpretation of drift dynamics, and it was here, yes, near TG9 at the very end, where the task prescribes it to be big but not more than 90. Even though it wasn't really said explicitly, it was just implied. There is no backward prohibition. So if it occurs and if it entails any serious slowdown or correction or contact, then of course it would not be interpreted for the benefit of the driver. I'm also interested in the fourth sector because it's supposed to be small angle, but it was in between medium and big. But anyway, he was so rhythmic and so smooth that I don't really want to reproach him of those angles. But the judges only operate numbers, and probably numbers it's easier to do. He's on the very edge, but he still is a little bit too far from it, still too narrow. And the edge has been modified, so we will see what the judges say. Just for you to understand, the fourth sector, and we often call them first, second, third, fourth. The fourth sector on the left-hand side now, as soon as the 4 touch and goes are finished, then the final transition sector begins. This is 89, no improvement. It didn't even smell like improvement. And Arkady Tseregrazov finishes his qualifying performance on the 11th line. He's not even top 10. Wow. 93.5 and 11th place. Anton Climco is already in the pre-start, which makes me happy. So his car is doing okay. I hope it's so fine because he's got only one attempt to do. Yevgeny Loshev, representing the city of Irkutsk and Fresh Racing team, Toyota Supra A80 Berkut. 96 points was his first result in the first run. And he got a deduction in the traditional touch-and-go 6, the inner touch-and-go, which is a classic. And now let's see, his speed and the initiation was 1:57. No one has been that fast before. And who if not Yevgeny Losov after all? Okay, let's go. This driver Fresh Racing begins the run and very energetic. Even for this camera, you cannot hide it. And immediately, one of the wheels is trying to escape, but it doesn't really succeed. Yevgeny Losov is flying through the second sector, running towards touch-and-go 6, and he takes it as well, according to the judge's task, with the front right wheel. Then the nice and beautiful smoky curve, very energetic, transitions on the way to the last sector, and the left rear wheel is sliding along the edge of the track. And this is the finishing line. 160 kilometers per hour, that is insane. This is absolutely insane. 10 kilometers per hour faster. No penalty for the commitment whatsoever. That was such a big surprise for our drivers community, and first of all for Alexander Telik, for whom a handicap was introduced. And I remind you that it was because he's driving a car that is twice less capacious than the other cars of RDS Grand Prix. So it is physically unable of developing such speed. And here one wheel was still outside, yeah, or not. Or wasn't it? Okay, if it's not, then it's not. Because from looking from a distance, it did look like that, but we have a criterion, and we've got a judge. From here, there may be some corrections. Okay, so we see them. He's slowing down using the brakes, but it doesn't really influence the speed. This is a very dynamic run, as ever, but the average speed is still 84, no matter what he does. The average speed is still 84, and the minimum speed is very high, just to compare. Arkady Tseregratsov minimum speed was 65. For Yevgeny Losov, it's 68. Gori Gusf had 65. Timofey Dobrovolsky had 62. Maxim Grossman also had 68, by the way. So, well, this is dynamic, very dynamic. And now Stanislav Dolgiv has to make up his mind. Because at first it looked like he was still within the limits of the track. And everything was done in accordance with the judge's task. In the fourth sector, we spoke about the big angles that, you know, emotionally, we may think whatever, but Anton Novikov still peeled half a point from Arkady Tseregratsov because the angle was on the border between medium and big, and it's supposed to be little. And if we reach that point from this angle, you could see how big the angle was here. It wasn't just big, it was huge, it was monstrous. And it looks like this is going to be deduction as well. Oh, just look at this interesting bandana. I really like it. This is tunnel vision. Okay, so they picked all the free bandanas from the Fresh. Okay, so this is... Oh, God, 24.5 for the angle. That hurts me. It hurts to see 87.5. So instead of the improvement, we got something opposite. And he is fourth. Currently, he is fourth in the qualifying. And now we proceed to Damir Idrulin, the maestro. He had 96 for the first round, just like Yevgeny Losov did. And here comes the big question. He's got to make it 99 or more. And for Damir Idrulin, this or more still looks possible because he has done 100 3 times in his career. So there are 3 options for him to overrun Leonid Schneider. Even if you're Eden, you have at least 2 ways out. So this is Damir Idrulin. He has blue lamp on the roof and, of course, 187 meters of run-in. And this is the Furidash, and this is the first sector, and Damir Idrulin is once again almost losing one wheel outside, and he's already in the second sector. And Damir and the space, and once again I have a question, touch and go 6. In the meanwhile, Damir is working through this large and big curve in Sector 3. Here you're supposed to be careful. I said careful. This is the 5th sector and the finish. And this is the end of the qualifying for Damir Idrulin. Now let's study. First of all, you can say that Damir Idrulin and Yevgeny Losov are friends and teammates. 157 kilometers per hour is the initiation speed, the same as Yevgeny Losov's. And this is actually the end of the similarities, because then Damir managed to keep himself within the track. This is the 2 kilometers per hour difference. Yeah, this is touch and go 6. And it looks like probably yes. But if yes, that was the very edge of touch and go 7. If you take this district number 7, 7/1/2/3/4, he takes them on the very, very edge. But he does take them. Oh, yeah. From here, it looks, yeah, it is not the edge. It looks very confident, very solid. And you can see that the tire is almost flat. And this is the thing about the Supra Weissfab tires. And touch and go 6 is also good. The more replays, the more questions I have. Because generally the speed is very good. Everything looks great. Everything is spectacular, miraculous. But I still don't know what we're gonna see in the results. But this is not a 0. But this is really not a 0, because there are no reasons whatsoever. But this is not 98 as well, because yes, you see that there are quite a lot of deductions. -5 more. This is a commitment, and -1 and 1.5. Yeah, so this is 92.5 if I'm not mistaken. Let me correct myself. Yes, 92.5. There is no improvement whatsoever. And the driver who knows how to make 100 keeps the magic 96. So if Artem Shabanov makes a proper run-in first, a 150-plus run-in, and then he does the same thing that he did in the first run, but he had 91 points, but he didn't make any global mistakes. So with the speed, he can generally correct the situation. He still has a chance. All right, but would he take the chance? We will find it out very soon. The leader of the personal rating, with no victories this year, but I think that everything is ahead. Now the first sector is taken in a virtuoso manner. The second one is also very good. Then transition on the way to touch and go 6. And yes, you can see the blocked wheel, but we will analyze it later. And this far, in the meanwhile, he draws a nice and solid line, touch and go. And the third sector pressed the gas and crossed the finishing line. This is exactly 150, Artem Shabanov. Yeah, this is exactly as much as he could show. Okay, but was it exactly 150? In the text, this is exactly 150. In the diagram, it can be slightly more or slightly less. But if it's less, then probably Artem's fans wouldn't be happy. As far as the run itself is concerned, I was only confused by this moment, because there the wheel was completely blocked. And he's been running with a blocked right front wheel for a long while. It was in the air, and it didn't really hold the car back. But it only means that he was pressing the brakes really hard with his left foot. And this is one of the ways to control the car and to keep it to a certain line. There was a small correction in the first sector, I mean the angle correction. And the rest is quite good, including the small angle where it's no, it's not small. It is medium. It's medium. Well, but the Weissfab 80s, you know, I have never seen them running at a small angle. And what can we say about the run-in? Is it exactly 150? Or is it 149.6? Yes, 149.6. What is going on? This is a big issue. Whether Vladimir Safonov would be that precise. But you know, Vladimir Safonov may not be that precise. But there is Alexander Nechayev, who will immediately tell them about the exact speed. And what we see here in our diagrams, the system is much more precise. It can measure the speed up to 3 decimal points. So if it was 149.999, that would be a big question what to do. But this way or another, one way or another, it's less than 150, so that is it. I don't know how much they take off. They may just take half a point, I don't know. I think that the easiest job was that of Stanislav Dalgich, because the line was simply perfect. Nothing happened. But the rest, they do have to calculate, especially the third sector, because I really feel like saying thank you to this third sector. Okay, 92 instead of 95. Okay. Oh, yeah, 3.5 in the third sector. Come on. And -3 in the first sector for the angle and the commitment. There is -3.5 for the commitment. We've seen -4 today. So 30, 26 and 33.5, which makes a total of 89.5 for Artem Shabanov. Therefore, he's 14th in the qualifying. At least this is the top half. Okay. And now let's check Anton Climco and his self-saving operation. Unfortunately, he had a technical problem. And the most responsible moment yesterday and the day before yesterday, the practice sessions were running okay. Of course, he wasn't always equally successful, but still the car was running. And now the 1000 HP Eurofighter BMW F22 from St. Petersburg started getting naughty. Anton Climco has only one run to do. He's got to accelerate and make it faster than 145. In the morning, he couldn't do that. Anton Climco, and his only run is the last run of the qualifying round today. And from this view, I don't really know how to interpret it, because it doesn't look that dynamic, but it looks quite well. He runs with the first sector, makes a transition, touching goal 6. He takes it and he slows down with the left foot, and he is already in the third curve and touching go 8. And lazily and relaxedly, the F22 is spinning, and it crosses the finishing line. Congratulations to Anton Climco for being in top 32. He's got 149 kilometers per hour. This is 1 kilometer per hour less than required by the judges. But still, this is not a zero. The maximum angle is 90 degrees. The average speed is 81. So anyway, one way or another, he gets some score, which means that he is already in top 32. But here's a question. What position in the rating he is on, and who his opponent would be? Gori Gusf. He probably says like, whatever. Anyway, so now we've got to calculate, and the judges have to calculate, and they will definitely do it right now. Line-wise, I didn't see any serious problems, but generally I think that it was okay. Maybe some little details, the details that can lead to some deductions, but it was generally about to be or not to be, and this is a positive result anyway, no matter how much it makes. There is commitment in the third sector and all those specific things. Of course, it all takes place. There is nowhere to hide. But the small angle in touch and go 8 was there, and the big angle in touch and go 5 was there. Some angling at the exit from the third curve was there, but this is a thing that is generally clear. And there is some angle deficit in the fifth sector. Okay, so there are some details, of course, but I don't think that it would be that bad, because it was nice, it was rhythmic, it was quite enough, and no rough mistakes that I could notice, which means that first of all, this is very good. Only 3 points penalty. Yes, some commitment in the third sector. 4-point deduction out of 8. Sorry, yeah, so a half has been taken away. And now let's check his qualifying rating. He's got 90 points. I think it is perfect for the health group, and he's 17th. But this is an estimated result. Let us not forget about that. So now we are going to see the competition bracket and the qualifying results. Half a point. Okay, so Leonid Schneider and Gori Gusf are half a point breaks them apart. Leonid Schneider goes to prepare for the bye run, and Gori Gusf goes to prepare for a tandem run for a full-scale top 32, and very soon we will see who his opponent would be. I think it's going to be Boris Abramov. Damir Idrulin is the third with 96 points, just like Georgy Chevchan, just like Yevgeny Loshev. 4 and 5. Maxim Grossman, Sergey Kuznetsov with the same runs. Maxim is the 6th, Sergey Kuznetsov is the 7th. Ilia Papov is the 8th with his best attempt of 94.5. This is what means self-care in practice sessions. Denise Sarak rounds up the top 10, then Arkady Tsarigradtsov, Roman Tivadar, Sergey Sak, and the leader of personal standings is Artem Shabanov. Dmitri Yermokhin, Vladislav Papov. Vladislav Papov rounds up the top 16 of the qualifying, and then the bottom half. Anton Climco, Popov-Climco, the traditional tandem. Nikita Shikov with 89.5, then Grigory Burlutsky. The teammates stand next to each other. Timofey Dobrovolsky is the 20th, then Andreas Stof is the 25th. With the Griha's number. Nikolai Gorkovenko, Ilia Fedorov, and Alexei Vakhtin round up the third 8. Yevgeny Speddin is the 25th. Wow, yeah, this is progress. Anton Sherbak is the 26th. VS team is very close to each other. Then comes Anton Dmitrienko, then Denis Smigal, Anton Kozlov is the 29th. Wow, Alexander Tsaperik is the 30th, and Boris Abramov is the last. And he will be the opponent of Gori Gusf. This will be a battle of two E92s that are very different. All right, my friends, so we say goodbye for a while. We say goodbye to RTS TV. We will meet right before top 32. Those who are now at the Autodrome will meet at the opening ceremony. I remind you, the top 32 begins at 4:30 p.m. Moscow time. And once again, let's thank our partners. The general sponsor of Russian Drift Series is VTB Bank, and the general sponsor is premium engine oil manufacturer iMol. Linglong is the official tire. The official tire our drivers are wearing. The official healthy sponsors, Level Kitchen. Healthy nutrition for whatever goal you've got. Are you hungry? Go to the food court, where our friends from Food Court have got a whole food truck with healthy food. If you don't feel like going anywhere, Yandex Food is there for you. Use the app and indicate your location and follow the instruction. Don't forget that we've got RTS Shop, where you can get lots of interesting things, merch and souvenirs. For a purchase of over 15,000 rubles, you will get a limited edition pin and lots of other cool things. See you soon.
В этом сезоне главная интрига — то, что у нас впервые есть легкая машина в умелых руках.
Команды ищут лазейки какие-то в регламенте.
Как близко, Антон,
Ничего нельзя сделать.
Мы будем делать все, чтобы стать чемпионами. И если команда-дебютант действительно станет чемпионами, это будет бомба.
Какой удар!
Происходит контакт!
Крутить надо машины и понимать, что мы крутим.
Тимофей, Антон Козлов, чита Поповых. Они все зависают в автосимуляторах.
Легче едется даже, чем на симуляторе.
Можно судейский повтор и выход с дуги большой.
Для команды это, конечно, большая проблема.
Чемпион. И кто же чемпион?